Hello and welcome to our 223rd live stream. A question of assessed damage. This is, of course, talking about our recent series on the Masterclass of Epigraphy. The last installment of that will be this Monday, so we hope you can join us for that. Apart from that, there's not much channel business today, except that we are getting really close to the third book's manuscript being done, and we'll be probably soliciting very soon for beta readers. If you're interested in being a beta reader, join us on the Discord server, and you can check it out. The link to the Discord server is in the description. Okay, let's get to the channel rules and then get to your questions. Super chats have priority. It's true on every YouTube channel. Doesn't guarantee we take your question, only that we see your question. We do take non-super chat questions as long as it's begins with a Q and a colon. And again, there's no guarantee we'll take your question, but at least if there's a Q and a colon there, we'll see it. Next is only post non-super chats once. If you post it several times, you question spam, that will disqualify your question for the night. If your question has to do with a verse from the Bible, we need some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. Okay? That helps us narrow it down. If you're sponsoring a super chat, which we allow, we ask that you copy the question into that super chat, so that saves us time, so we don't have to go hunting for it. Just helps us all out. And then finally, whatever your question is, only one question per chat. This idea of question stacking where you try to pump in 10 questions is just not feasible. You can't do that. It's not fair to everyone else. So we hope you understand that. And those are the rules. Let's get into your questions. Okay. Our first question of the night is going to be from Harry Stark. How does David deal with the Quirinius? This is Quirinius's census in the Gospel of Luke. All right, now here's the problem for those of you who don't know. Josephus dates Quirinius's tenure in Judea to 6 AD, whereas the Gospel of Luke seems to place it sometime near the death of Herod. Okay, so this is one of those classical biblical contradictions. Now, generally, most scholars will side with Josephus on this. How I deal with this, first of all, what I would do is I would direct you to John Rhodes' 2021 article in Jets, volume 54, and that article is entitled, Josephus Misstated the Census of Quirinius. And the argument he makes here is a historical argument that's actually quite complicated, okay? So what Rhodes does is he goes through the 3 accounts that are used to date Quirinius, and he shows that there's inconsistencies between the accounts. And probably one of the most important inconsistencies that Rhodes finds in Josephus's account is the deposing of the high priest Joazer. Okay, now Joazer is a high priest that's appointed by King Herod. And he's appointed by King Herod to collect taxes. But what happens is, after the death of Herod, there is a there's riots over the taxation. Okay, so this leads to Joazer being deposed as high priest. He's seen as complicit with Herod and in the taxation, and he's deposed. Now the question is, who is he deposed by? He is said to be deposed by both Archaeology in, say, the Antiquities, book 17, section 207 to 208, or by Quirinius, Antiquities 1826. Now the problem is, with this inconsistency, is that if he's deposed by Quirinius, then Quirinius had to be in Judea around the time of the death of Herod. So that would preclude that 6 AD date. Essentially, then, Josephus was wrong by about a decade. Whereas if it's Archaeology, then, well, it still doesn't make a lot of sense still. But so it appears that Quirinius was in Judea at the time of the death of Herod the Great. So anyway, this article goes into the inconsistencies of Josephus and basically comes to the conclusion that Josephus is actually the party here that's wrong about the census of Quirinius, not Luke. So it's an interesting article. He uses source criticism, actually, to make this determination. So I wouldn't say it's the most popular opinion dealing with Quirinius, but I think it's the most compelling argument I've seen so far. Ryan asks here, could Quirinius conduct the census not as a governor, but in his previous position? Yeah, and Rhodes goes into that. Yeah, Rhodes goes into how Quirinius could have conducted the census, again, for taxation. This is a sentence for taxation. So it's essentially carrying on of Herod's census policy, taxation policy that was started under Joazer. So it's possible, definitely possible, that Quirinius conducted the census in that previous role. And again, Rhodes goes into this. It's a very complicated argument. And I'm by no way doing it justice here. Okay? But that's who I would recommend you go to answer this question, is read the article by John Rhodes. It's a very good article. It's very thorough. Okay? It's a little difficult to track. I'll say that. It's an argument that's difficult to track because it is looking at at the comparative accounts of Josephus. All right? No, it's just something stuck in my throat. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Next question here. Also by Harry Stark. Have we found the tomb of King Herod the Great, Herod the First? Yes, we have. It was found at the Herodian by Ehud Netzer in 2007. They basically found his sarcophagus there. It had always been rumored that Herod was buried at the Herodian, and Netzer did show this. There's a big granite sarcophagus with these florets on it. It was smashed into thousands of pieces, so they only had fragments left. But there's really little doubt that was Herod's tomb. So yeah, we have absolutely found the tomb of Herod the Great, and it was exactly where it was said to be, which is the Herodian. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, or sorry for the question. Very much appreciated. And the third non-super chat here is from Darkblade. Thoughts on the fact that Creation Ministries International is conducting an Egypt tour next March? My thoughts on this, I think they're gonna double down on sort of the teachings of David Downs. CMI is very, very much in that David Downs kind of view of Egyptian history. So they're going to talk about things like his Velikovsky's redating of the Egyptian chronology. They will probably talk about the Jebel Musa, or not the Jebel Musa, the canal of Joseph, sorry. The Canal of Joseph for them is a big deal. Many of those guys believe that the Canal of Joseph was actually named after Joseph at the time of Joseph, not anachronistically later on by the Muslims. So they're gonna do a lot of stuff like that. So I think people will have a good time on that tour because those guys are very entertaining, but I don't think they're going to learn a lot either. So that's my thoughts on Creation Ministries International's tour of Egypt. I think they will definitely double down on the early date. I mean, there are definitely early daters of that kind. CPM versus DOS. Did Downs combine the dynasties? Yes, he did. Okay, he believed in overlapping dynasties. Like Velikovsky, he believed in the ideas that you have. He believed in the metropole hypothesis, which is basically that Egypt was composed of city-states, not a large imperial government that ruled over Egypt as a country. So, yeah, it's some wacky stuff. Like, for example, Downs believes that Dynasty 11 came before Dynasty 10, which is really incredulous, because Dynasty 11 and Dynasty 10 were at civil war with each other, and Dynasty 11 won. So to have Dynasty 11 come before Dynasty 10 is a bit of a stretch. So yeah, Downs's hypothesis is whacked. It's whacked, and CMI follows that generally. Ryan asks, "Is CMI as bad as ABR?" They share similarities. I would put them kind of between Answers in Genesis and ABR. Okay. They will badmouth you if you disagree with them, like ABR will. And they're a bit more fringe than Answers in Genesis, which to many in my audience might sound very strange, but yeah, they're a bit more fringe than Answers in Genesis. I will say this about Answers in Genesis. In some respects, they've tried to clean up their scholastic house. They haven't done a great job of it, but they've at least tried to some degree. But CMI hasn't. Okay. Let's go on to the next question here. So that's my thoughts on CMI. I think we're on to the super chats. Woohoo! Okay, first super chat here is from 501 Mobius for $10. There was a couple of super chats that came in that we actually answered on the Wednesday live stream because I think they got misrouted. Those were by Andrew Guler. Andrew Guler, by the way, your two earlier super chats that were put on this, we answered in the Wednesday live stream because they were more appropriate for the novels, specifics of the novels. But we got this wonderful super chat by 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He asks about the SETI first inscription at Karnak. And he says it has 3 structures on the right with a waterway between the 2. That's Tel Hebuwa. Hoffmeier says that these are Hebuwa 1 and 2, which I agree with him on, separated by a lagoon. Correct? It's not quite a lagoon; it's a canal. But he says, but lagoons had seawater and no crocodiles. Okay. It's basically the canal that sort of empties into the lagoon. Okay. But he goes on and he continues his channel. He actually sent me a super chat or a addition to this where he says, let me just get the complete question here. He says, focus in on this. Could those 2 structures be P-Ramses and Avaris? The Karnak inscription may be leaving out some forts like Charu. Something is incorrect. Yeah, what you're missing here is the inscription. Those 2 forts are identified. The SETI the first map has identifications on... I mean, you can't see it from the big picture. Okay? Because they're written really, really small. I think it's Gardner in his article, I think it's from the 1920s, basically records that inscription with all the that relief with all the little tiny annotations. Okay. Those 2 fortresses are identified as Charu in the inscription. Okay. So it's definitely not Paramses and it's definitely not Avaris. So and we know from the archaeology of Hebuwa, and there are 2 sites at Hebuwa, that there was a Hebuwa 1 and 2, that there was a canal that was basically where the Pelusiac branch of the Nile dumped into the lagoon. So absolutely there could have been crocodiles there. It's fresh enough. The water as it passes from the canal into the lagoon would have been fresh enough to support crocodiles. And there are crocodiles are adaptable enough that they do live in brackish water. So the water there would not have been pure salt water like the Mediterranean. It would have been brackish. So that's what you're looking at here, is the emptying off of the Pelusiac into that lagoon. But those 2 fortresses basically straddled that canal that led into the lagoon. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. But the overall here is that those canals, that was a canal, not a lagoon. And Hebuwa 1 and 2, in the inscription, those 2 fortresses are identified. There is an inscription there that does say it's Charu. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, Tim Miara for £2. Thank you for the super chat. 2 Samuel 3:29. What is so bad about a spindle? Laugh out loud. Okay, this is an interesting little passage. Let's pull up our Bible here. And we will go to 2 Samuel. Chapter 3. And it's verse 29. Okay, now this is a curse that's being uttered onto the family of Joab. And it reads in verse 29 here, "May it fall on the head of Joab and all his father's house, and may there not fail from the house of Joab one who has discharge," basically weeping sores, "or who is a leper, or who takes hold of a distaff or spindle, or who falls by the sword, or who lacks bread." Okay. This curse is basically saying, hey, family of Joab, I hope the Lord, sends you lepers. Turns your family into lepers, starving, killed by the sword. Or this takes hold of a spindle. Now, commentators are divided on this. There are some commentators that think that this is a reference to being lame. Some commentators think that this is a reference to effeminacy. Like this is a spindle used to create yarn. Okay? And that seems to be the majority view. The majority view seems to think that this is a reference to effeminacy. Weakness through effeminacy. Okay, so basically David here is wishing the house of Joab here ruin. He's wishing upon it ruin by saying, okay, yeah, may there be disease, famine, death, and effeminacy on your house. So that's sort of what's going on. That's what most commentators seem to be saying about the spindle, and that idea that the spindle here is just basically woman's work. It's woman's work, and because it's women's work, you pretty much have to be effeminate to be doing it as your profession. So, I hope that helps. That seems to be, I guess, most of what the commentators are saying. There's a variety of opinions because that particular passage is not exactly clear. Okay? So, Andrew Graham, wasn't Joab's David's army commander, or is this a different Joab? No, it's his army commander, but he's the army commander that also killed Abner. Okay? Who was a different army commander, but also sort of seen as a brother by David. So it was thought that Joab used dishonorable means to dispatch his enemies, which he did. He did use dishonorable means. but that's Joab was also seen by David as too powerful to get rid of. Okay? He's too powerful to get rid of. Joab runs the army. So he's too powerful to get rid of. And he dispatches his enemies by dishonorable means. And David recognizes that if this guy can dispatch Abner by dishonorable means, yeah, what's saying that one day he doesn't do the same thing for the king? Okay? So, David's taking sort of a preemptive approach here by cursing Joab. Okay? So, hope that helps, Tim. Really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for that super chat. But it does seem to be that's what the meaning here of the spindle is this. It's probably a reference to effeminacy. Not sure about that because it is a debated passage. Okay. Okay, next one here. I see a comment here by Amolinguis. He says, I'm reading through Liverani's book, and I have groaned several times at his assessments. Yeah, I have too on occasion. I want to know your thoughts on the conclusions on the kingdom of Judah coexisting during the kingdom of Saul. I don't think David's kingdom existed during the time of the kingdom of Saul. Afterwards, during the kingdom of Ishbosheth, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. David doesn't really establish his kingdom at Hebron until after the death of Saul. So, it's after the death of Saul that he establishes his kingdom of Judah at Hebron. And it's at that time that you get that civil war going on between David's kingdom and Ishbosheth's kingdom. So, that's what's going on there. But I don't think Liverani is correct that David's kingdom and Saul's kingdom were contemporaneous. That doesn't appear to be the case. David's army prior to the death of Saul seems to be much more of a mercenary army. He's working for the Philistines at that time. So, and it looks like my looks like we're gonna have fun with YouTube tonight. Fun with YouTube. My console. The console's freaking out again. Okay, I think hopefully we're back. Yeah, we're back now. Okay. It's gonna be a night. Okay. Oh, Mama's non-super chat here. My kids are now asking for baksheesh for every little thing they do. Can you explain how baksheesh works? Okay, this is an Arabic custom. Baksheesh is where you give a small token of thank you for a favor. Okay, and the idea here is that it is a small token. Your kids are not going to like me for this. Okay. So you would give a small gratuity. You know, somebody points out the way to the store. You give them a £1 note. Okay. Or a £10 note these days, probably. Today, a £10 note is about $1. Okay. But it can be as small as a penny. Okay. It can be a penny. Here's a penny. Yeah, exactly. CBN versus DUS. Here's your penny. Don't spend it all in one place. Yeah, but that's what baksheesh is. It's a small gratuity to say thank you. It's a tangible way of saying thank you. So, okay. Now my chat here is kind of gone wonko. Better now? Alright, there we go. Threepence. Yep. Bonbon says, I lived in Europe. Baksheesh is like a tip that you would give to a food server. Yeah, it's like that. Except you don't tip in. I didn't see much tipping in Europe. We tell you not to. No. Tipping is more of an American custom, really. But it's like a tip. It's like it, except it's a small token in exchange for a favor. Now, there's many Egyptians who have been trying to milk this for a living wage, and that's really not what the custom is meant for. The custom is really meant to be a thank you, not something you live off of. So that's how Baksheesh works. They sweep the floor, you give them a penny. Or a nickel. Yeah, but Mama says the 11-year-old literally left the room after that, didn't say a word. Sorry. I knew they weren't going to like me after that. But yeah, it's not meant, Baksheesh is not, at least as far as the original custom goes, it really is not meant to be a, how do you say it? It's changed over time. It used to be really a small amount. When I went to Egypt, on my first trip, I went to the Tomb of Tuasret. There was an Egyptian woman there, and she noticed I was actually reading the hieroglyphs, and she asked me to give her a tour of the Tomb of Tuasret, and I had time, so I said sure. So I showed her the tomb and explained it, and she ended up giving me a 25 piastres. Okay, now 25 piastres back then. A pound is 100 piastres. A pound back then was 10 cents. Okay? 10 cents. So she gave me a coin that was worth less than a penny. But she said, she says, I know this isn't much, but it's just baksheesh. It's just thank you. It was more the thought of it. And that's what baksheesh is really. It's more the thought of it that counts here. Mama says, it used to be a small amount of candy, but we're keto now. Yeah. Piece of beef jerky. Well, that can get expensive, too. That's not exactly a small gift. Oh, we should say this. Our mailbag. We had a mailbag this week. Let's talk about our mailbag. We got a thank you from one of our channel friends. The Hermit. Striding Hermit sent us this. And it's cool. It contains chocolate bars and coffee and coffee creamer and Wagyu dill beef jerky. Ooh, nice. It was a very thoughtful. Oh, and not to be left out here, beef tallow. Lovely. So we got this little care package, and it was lovely, very lovely wrapped. We want to thank very much Striding Hermit for that. That was a really sweet thing to do, and we really appreciate your support of the channel. Okay. Let's get on to the next super chat here. Mama for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is Matthew 7 through 11 a description or a promise? Let's see. Matthew. We are going here to the Sermon on the Mount. 7. Verses 7 to 11. Ask and it shall be given. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it shall be opened. Or what man is there among you, when his son shall ask him for a loaf, will give him a stone? Or if she shall ask for a fish, he will not give him a snake, will he? If then, being evil, if you then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father, who is in heaven, give what is good to those who ask him? Okay. It's a bit of both description and promise. It's a description of God's good nature. So it is that. But it's also a promise that if you ask for your needs, that God will provide. So it's a little bit of both. Okay? And a promise can be a description. So it's not something necessarily that you're going to get it every time. But as an overall rule, God treats his children with kindness and goodness. So, he's basically saying to the Pharisees here, yeah, you guys being evil, you wouldn't treat your kids like this. God himself will treat you like children as well. So it's both. It's a description of God's nature. It's also a promise that he will meet your needs, whatever those are. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Can't hear you. Oh, can't hear you. Okay, next super chat here is from Mama here for $2. Is number 69 death count an idiom or literal? Now, you had me hunting for this because you did not give me the right passage, but I did find it. So, 16. Check something here just before I begin here. But okay. $16, and it's actually verse 49. And 49 reads, it's also, we should note here that depends on your version of the text. In the Hebrew Bible, this is chapter 17, verse 14. Okay? So, yeah, she had the wrong numbers. Okay. But those who died in the plague were 14,700, besides those who died on account of Korah. Okay. Now, commentators vary on this too, although most will not actually comment on this directly. It could be an idiom and it could be literal. We're not sure. Here's the thing with this. Some commentators have suggested that this was 1/40th of the census numbers. Okay? So, Ryan asks, would that be clans instead of thousands here? Let's see. It would be, let's see what the text says in Hebrew. Uh, 14 Aleph. It could be 14 clans and 7 families as a possibility. Yeah, you could read that with a potential clan interpretation. That's a possible reading of this. So 14 clans and seven clades. You know, that's a possibility here. But as I said, there's other commentators have noted too. There's a commentator that noted that this is 1/40th of what remained from the original census. So it's a representative figure as such. So either reading an idiomatic reading or a literal reading could be possible here. It's really hard to say. Ryzen Draco says 14,700 seems a little high to me. It seems a little high to me too. The question is, how exactly are we going to read this? If we read this as an idiom, how exactly are we reading this as an idiom? Are we reading this as 1/40th of the census? In which case, if it's 1/40th of the census, then it is a representative number, not a literal number. If it is a 14 clans and 7 clades, then it's literal, but it's just a different kind of literal reading. Okay? Then you're looking at, say, a contextualized reading instead. So, again, hard to be sure here, but, you know, that's what we sometimes have to deal with these texts. Okay, next one here. Mama for $2. Explain a heave offering in action. Numbers 15, 18 to 21. Oh, this is an interesting passage. Okay. 15. 18 to 21. Speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when you enter the land where I bring you, then it shall be that when you eat of the food of the land, you shall lift up an offering to the Lord. Of the first of your dough, you shall lift up a cake as an offering. As the offering of the threshing floor, you shall lift up. For from the first of your dough, you shall give to the Lord an offering throughout your generations. Okay, here's what's going on here. This is an offering of first fruits. Okay, now it's not just first fruits. Okay, but this is tied to first fruits. With the offering of first fruits, every harvest you bring the first of your grains, the first of your wine, your first of your cattle, as such. Okay, so that's your offering of first fruits. But it's not limited to your agricultural produce. It also includes your industrial produce. So when you mill that grain, a portion of that is also supposed to be reserved for an offering. So when you make dough, you reserve a bun for the Lord. Well, this is what was used to feed the Levites. Yeah, this was used to feed the Levites. So the Levites did not just subsist on, say, the first fruits offering. If they did, they'd go hungry pretty fast. But this is the daily sort of offering that the Israelites were to give to the Levites to keep them fed. So, you know, they'd make a dozen rolls of bread and give one to the Levite. Okay, so that's what this is here. This is a way of constantly feeding the Levites through those offerings of first fruits of production. So the milled flour, the dough that you make, that sort of thing. Darkblade, the first fruits of your balled up mashes of rice. Hey, if it's mochi, yeah. Yeah, if you're making mochi, yeah, that's definitely would count. That tax. Jack Ray, value added tax. Well, yeah, sort of. Yeah, it is sort of a value added tax. You know, if you're adding value to your product through your production, yeah, that is supposed to be that's part of your first fruits. So that would definitely count here. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. It's a really interesting question because you don't hear this talk about very much, which is how do you feed the Levites on a day-to-day basis? You know, it didn't just all go to the temple and then got redistributed. You know, many of these people were in local towns, and every local town has a certain number of Levites. So what the baker would do or the farmer would do is they'd bake their loaves and give a loaf to the Levites. And you get enough people pitching in here, and these feed your Levites who don't have a share of the land. Mama says that makes so much more sense than throwing it up in the air as if it could reach God or something. Couldn't figure out that bit. Well, yeah. Um. Okay. I think you're talking about here, verse 20. The first of the dough you shall lift up as a cake. This is just lift up is common parlance for offering. You offer it up by lifting it up. Okay, that's sort of the verb that goes with offerings. As the offering of the threshing floor, so you shall lift it up. Yeah, so that's language that's normally used with offerings as such. Ryan Concap, is this the same as a wave offering? I don't know what a wave offering is off the top of my head. If you have a passage, I can look it up, but okay, so there you go. That's it's essentially a bread offering is what this is. It's a dough offering. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Ryan says, I think that's what the NIV says. I'm not sure what the NIV says. What does the NIV says? NIV here. Yeah, I don't see it in the NIV here, but Jack Ray throwing dough into the air like pizza made me think of that song. Okay. It's a pizzeria style. Yeah, this is the biblical word for pizza. You throw the dough here. Hey, the Israelites, they invented pizza. Darkblade, something weird about how the Bible numbers people is Exodus 20:18-21, which mentions hundreds, fifties, and tens. 100 is only two fifties, and a 50 is only five tens. Yeah, it's a different thing. That whole 50s thing is a bit odd anyway, because numbers are not normally done like that. Let's just take that here. That is an interesting comment. 18 versus 21. Yeah. Yeah, of hundreds, of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and tens. Because here's the thing: you don't normally Hebrew does not normally count in those units, in the unit of 50, and that's a really strange thing. Normally, if you count something, it will normally be in thousands or hundreds or tens of some kind. You don't normally see 50s used, but 50s has a very, very important place in military terminology, in Semitic military terminology. Brigades of ancient Near Eastern armies were divided by 50s. Okay, so like you see in Egyptian war documents, armies are broken down according to armies, and then 200 groups of 250, and then smaller groups of 50, and then followed by tens. So this is a very sort of martial way of describing it as thousands and hundreds and 50s and tens. So it is weird. It is weird, but it does seem to have a military of significance. Okay, next super chat is from Bon Bon. Hey, Bon Bon. It's good to see you tonight. All right. And it gives us $5 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you did well in that job interview. Let us know how it turned out for you. We've been really praying for you over that. So, I'd love to hear if you got it or God's guiding you to something else. Okay. He asks, figured out how to make my argument inductive. Awesome. Better argument. Much better argument. Do you know some facts I could add to make the uniqueness of the Exodus stronger and how to improve it? Yeah, there's lots of ways you can do this. You can use the cultural information, like, for example, from the life of Joseph. That would add credibility to the Israelites being in Egypt to begin with. Like, for example, you can add the birthing stones of Exodus chapter 2. Exodus 1, chapter 1. You know, those birthing stones are very Egyptian. You can add the dough being placed on their backs. That's an Egyptian thing. You can add, say, the gift of clothing given to the vizier. The chain of gold and the seal ring. Those are very, very, those are unique to high officials in Egypt. So, anyway, I hope that helps. But there's lots of things. There's a lot of stuff you could add to this. You could add the abandonment of Osiris in the mid-19th dynasty. That's definitely part of that equation. The death of Amenhotep, that's part of this too. There's a lot of pieces here that sort of come together here. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. The Siren asks a question. If you haven't talked about it, what do you think about Zach Miller video about you that recently came out about Hebrew? Here's a couple things about that. First of all, most of what he said I'd have already addressed. I've addressed it in other places. And he just doesn't listen to any of that. He doesn't care. He's trying to get favor with Kip Davis at the moment. So it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter to him if he took me out of context as far as the IP comment on Hebrew goes. You know, I basically sent him a comment on his channel, basically saying why I said that particular thing. Didn't make a single difference to him. He's not interested in truth. This is Zach clout chasing. He's clout chasing. and he's clout chasing the boys of the clown posse. So yeah, he's so he really is seeking approval from the Kip crowd. And you know what? If that's what he wants to do, okay. I hope he gets his reward for that. CPM versus us. Why would you ever want that from Kip Davis? Well, he thinks they're the cool crowd. He thinks they're the cool crowd. He wants to be with the cool kids. Merv Monson. Kip Davis, you kidding? No, I'm not. No, I am not. Jack Ray, who's Zach Miller? What your pastor didn't tell you. He's persona non grata here. He's burned his last bridge with me. So, you know, he's not gonna pay attention to anything I say in response. He's just gonna do his hit pieces just to simp for Kip. So Rise and Draco, I still love that you used Kip's teacher against Tip in your skitty video of Kip stay in your lane. Well, you know, here's the thing too, you know, Kip has had this long sequence of things where he's gotten wrong. You know, he's gotten wrong the idea. I mean, he made several videos saying that there was no late Bronze Age Jericho, and he was wrong. You know, he said that the Amorites were not the Amuru, and he's wrong. He also said there were early Bronze Age casemate walls, and he was wrong. So he's got a history of being wrong too. And frankly, we're all going to be wrong about something. That's not the issue here. The issue is here is that they're taking stuff that I have said out of context. They're not listening to any of my responses or my objections, and they're just doing these hit pieces. That's what Kip does. And Zach is following in Kip's footsteps. And as I said, I hope he gets his reward for that. Okay, so I hope that helps. And that's my only comment I'm going to make on Zach Miller's video. Okay, next one here is from Bonbon for $2 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Why no formal logic in the ancient Near East, but yes in India and Greece? That is actually a really interesting question, and it comes down to philosophical trajectories, religious and philosophical trajectories. Greece got its sort of philosophical roots from Egypt. Back around the time of Socrates, and even a little before that, in the 7th to 8th century BC, Greece formed a trading colony in Egypt, Naucratis. Okay, and that trading colony was used to trade goods between Greece and Egypt. But as people from Greece traveled to Egypt, they saw things that blew their mind. They saw this really magnificent society that built temples and pyramids and had this complex religion. And as they started talking with the Egyptians, they discovered that there was a sort of a discourse and a dialogue to Egyptian religion. And what the Greeks did was they took that method of dialogue and they basically refined it. They refined it to a philosophical discourse. So that's why it grew particularly in Greece. Now, in Egypt, it didn't really grow into a philosophical movement because it remained part of their state religion. It was part of their religious system, and it didn't really need to grow beyond that for them. They had their religion, and they were happy with that. So, in India, it's something similar. they had this panoply of religious thought that then sort of, as they started expanding their religious thought, it then sort of morphed into a philosophical thought too. So formal logic is an extension of religion. Okay? But in the case of, say, other ancient Near Eastern religions, they weren't that deep, or they were satisfied with the status quo of their religion. So there was no pressing need for it to develop into something more philosophical as such. So it's just so anyway, I hope that helped. But what you're talking about here is about history of thought, history of philosophy, history of thought. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you ever read any of the books in the Masked Man of Cairo series by Sean McLaughlin? No, I haven't. Is it good? I haven't read those, so I really can't say anything about them. It's I don't know what it's even about, but I don't know if it's a mystery series or a historical fiction, but it almost sounds like a history. It sounds almost like a history thing, like Crusades or something like that. But right, oh yeah, Dr. Falk is the masked man at Cairo. Is he now? I don't think so, but not much of a masked man. Okay. So anyway, Andrew Guler, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Again, just a reminder, we did answer your first two super chats on the last live stream, which was the special live stream on the All the Stars as Angels. Oh, by the way, if you guys like those books, please do leave a review on Amazon. It really helps us. All right, the next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Again, a very generous super chat. Thank you so very much. And he asks, how does Jerusalem appear in ancient records? Does it appear more often under the name Jerusalem or under the name Jebus? Neither. We only have a couple records of Jerusalem in ancient documents. The earliest one is in an Amarna text. And in the Amarna text, it is Uru Shalem. Not Jerusalem, Uru. And Uru is city. Okay? City of Shalem or Salem. This was a particular Jebusite deity. So city of the god Shalem. So, but it was Uru. U-R-U, Sin or Sheen, Lamed Mem. So that's how it appears in our oldest documents. And this is from the Amarna letters, and these date to roughly 1350 BC. So, but it probably before Jebus may have been a ethnic toponym. So basically, what the Israelites called Jerusalem because it was the city of the Jebusite, and that's where we get Jebus from, Jebusite. Okay, so the Israelites would have called it Jebus. They would have called it Salem, or Ulu Salem. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Darkblade asks, is Uru Sumerian or Akkadian? It's Akkadian. Most of those letters are written in Akkadian. Akkadian. Yee. Yee. That was a bad joke. Ryan asks, but who was the Jebus driver? David. He drove that head right over the wall. David took him to school. Oh yeah, that was one of the things I love about the David story that you never hear people talk about. You never hear this in Sunday school, where David takes the head of Goliath, runs to Jerusalem, and throws it over their city wall. Love it. Love it. That's the best. The best. I would love to teach that in Sunday school. Hey, little kids, we're going to talk about what happened after David killed Goliath. I would definitely be called up in front of the parents and the board very soon. This is why they don't let me teach Sunday school. The kids would love it. Oh, it should be taught, yeah, because it's part of the story. You know, David is basically saying to the Jebusites, "Hey, we just dispatched Goliath. You're next. You're next." Camelopard says, was Goliath's skull used as a footstool or a cup holder? We don't know what became of his skull. Okay, we don't know what became of his skull. Because it was once it was lobbed over that wall, it was now the Amorites' problem. The Amorites had it. We're not sure what the Amorites did with it. And the Jebusites were just another kind of Amorite. So CPM versus DOS. You can't handle the truth. Dr. Falk being questioned on his Sunday school courses. Yeah, we've had that once or twice. Yeah, facts are facts, and it's part of the history. Yeah, it's part of the history, and we shouldn't sugarcoat history. We shouldn't try to make it something it isn't. And frankly, Sunday school is where 99% of believers are going to get their Old Testament knowledge. Because their pastor's not going to preach it. You know, this is why biblical literacy is so atrocious. Is because people are not being taught the whole story. They're being taught the nice bits, the kind bits, the cheery bits, the happy bits. And then once they get out of Sunday school, they never open the Old Testament again. You know, they've done surveys of preaching, and only 20% of sermons come from the Old Testament. And of those, 90% are from the Proverbs and Psalms. So, Bonbon says, so many atheists have a Sunday school level understanding and just straw man against Christians. Yeah. But here's the thing, Christians can't respond to it either because their level is Sunday school. So yeah, unfortunately. CPM versus DOS. We actually have a pastor at my parents' church doing Jonah right now, all of it too. I hope he gets it right. A lot of people don't. A lot of pastors don't get Jonah right. Okay. So let's go on to the next one here, which is from the Camilla Part for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. The question which thou seeketh may be found below. Okay. He says, I believe you've said in the past, apologies if wrong, that you believe Job to take place in the Iron Age rather than the time of the patriarchs. What are some things that pin it to that time period, and which biblical figure stories would have been contemporaneous with Job? Okay, we don't know which biblical figures would have been contemporaneous with Job, but it probably happened during the divided monarchy. Now, what we know about Job is a few things. One, he mentions the smelting of iron. So we're definitely talking Iron Age. We're not talking Bronze Age. The patriarchs lived in the Bronze Age. The Davidic, the kingdom of Israel and Judah, that's Iron Age. So just because of the fact that we are talking here about iron, that pegs it right there to the Iron Age. Also, it does talk about the Sabaeans and the Chaldeans, and that is going to place that in at least probably after roughly 1000 BC. Okay. The other thing is, Job lived in Syria. Okay, he lived in Syria, and he's subject to these raiders. Okay, so he's not living under the government of the Mitanni Empire. Syria was, what happened to Syria as a country was it was ruled by the Mitanni until it got first annexed by the Hittites, and then annexed again by the Assyrians, and then finally it was dissolved into these Aramean city-states. And this is where we get started the beginnings of the kingdom of Aram. Okay, so Job seems to take place between the end of the Mitanni Empire and the prior to the formation of the kingdom of Aram. So that would place Job sometime between the Book of Judges and the divided monarchy. So that's sort of your... So Book of Judges to the early monarchy early divided monarchy seems to be the time range in which Job fits. It's definitely not Bronze Age, and I do not think it's exilic either. It just seems to be sort of historically in that sort of niche, that about 1000 BC-ish kind of time frame. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's an interesting question, but there are little historical markers in there that do seem to at least narrow down what it could be. I think the biggest mistake people make when they talk about the Book of Job and trying to date the Book of Job is trying to peg it to the to the patriarchs, and you just can't do that. You just can't date that to the patriarchs. It doesn't fit with the evidence. Okay. Next question here is from Messianic Talmud for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did any of the Egyptian gods have a sarcophagus? Ooh. That is actually a very interesting question. Because in the case of, like, for example, Osiris, when Osiris is killed, he is said to have been, after he's killed, he's chopped up, he's spread out over Egypt, and then his sister wife Isis goes, collects his parts, sews them together, reanimates the corpse, has a weekend at Bernie's moment with him, and then she's said to have mummified him and buried him in a sarcophagus. Okay? So Osiris was said to have a sarcophagus. So yeah, Osiris had a sarcophagus. We don't know what became of it or anything like that. The legend doesn't tell us, but hopefully not a reliquary, yeah. Darkblade. Remember this, mythicists. Osiris was chopped up, not crucified. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He was chopped up into bitty bits. And he wasn't resurrected in the conventional sense either. He was apotheosized. Here's what I think is so funny about this mythicist thing about Osiris. They talk about Osiris being resurrected, but then right after it, in the myth, and this is basically, they're referring to the scene where Isis does the nasty with the corpse of Osiris, but they leave out the rest of the legend, where she mummifies him and buries him in a sarcophagus. Oops. Oops. Risen Draco says, and he was resurrected in the land of the living, but the land of the dead. He was alive in the land of the dead. Yeah. Well, he wasn't really resurrected in the land of the living either. His spirit goes to the underworld and is there. Through the power of Isis and Nephthys, he becomes apotheosized. So, when they talk about the resurrection of Osiris, they don't mean resurrection from the dead. They're meaning he's given God unlimited godlike powers in the underworld. That's what they really mean. He was king of the underworld. That's his domain. So I mean, in the land of the living, he was dead. Dead. Reanimated, copulated with, but still dead. Darkblade. Doing the nasty? That means Horus was not born of a virgin. Exactly. Exactly. He wasn't born of a virgin. And they don't actually the Egyptians make no claim he was born of a virgin. No claim at all. Jack Ray, did Osiris meet Sokar? Oh, that's a really interesting theological question. Did he meet Sokar, or did he become Sokar? Haystack asks, do you know much about the tomb of Neithotep, Narmer's wife? No, I know very little about it. I'd have to look that up. It would probably be at Qab. That's where most of those pre-dynastic burials are taking place. Okay. Dustin Meeks, Sokar, that's new. Yeah, okay, so let's explain who Sokar is. Sokar was, at least in the Old Kingdom, one of the he was another death cult. He was a competing cult to the Osiris cult. Okay? He was the god of cyclical rebirth. So, life, death, burial, rebirth, life, death, burial, rebirth, ever and on and on and on, like that. Okay? So, Sokar is in many respects almost like a early reincarnation myth. He's very close to he's not resurrection. He's not a resurrection deity. He's more of a reincarnation deity. Except the Sokar myth didn't really fit well with the Osiris myth, where you weren't, say, reincarnated. You just went to the afterlife and served in the fields of Osiris in the 12th compartment of the Duat, which is the underworld. So what happened in the Middle Kingdom is the Sokar myth became consolidated, was basically syncretized. It was sucked in and subsumed by the Osiris myth, which the Osiris myth in the Middle Kingdom was very, very popular because the kings of the Middle Kingdom really, really pumped it up. That was their sort of the kings of the Middle Kingdom took a really keen interest in the Osiris cult, and they pumped a ton of money into it. Okay, they pumped so much money into the Osiris myth that's really where Osiris got its the Osiris myth, the Osiris cult would have remained a little minor local cult if it hadn't been for the kings of the Middle Kingdom. So, but the Osiris myth too, the Osiris cult couldn't really didn't want competition. So it would do these mergers. It would do these mergers with other death cults. Okay? Other mortuary cults. And there were two that were particularly important in Egypt besides the Osiris cult. That was the Sokar cult, and that was the oldest one. The Sokar cult is probably the oldest the oldest death cult in Egypt. It probably predates Osiris by probably 1,000 years. The Sokar cult is probably the oldest Egyptian cult. Death cult. The oldest Egyptian death cult. But later on, after Osiris has its merger with Sokar, and basically takes all the ritual practices of the Sokar cult, but discards the theology. Okay? They will also then, after that, they will do a merger. Osiris will do a merger with the Ta cult, the Memphite cult. Because the cult of Ta was also a death cult. He was a creation deity, but he was also a mortuary deity. Which is why you do see Ta in a lot of tombs. Because he was also a mortuary deity. So this is why Osiris rises to these heights of prominence. It's because of his mergers and acquisitions. As Ryan Camp says, yeah, mergers and acquisitions. The Osiris cult was all about mergers and acquisitions. Smiley Bonbon says, why did the Egyptians never develop the concept of reincarnation of the soul then? Oh, really? Because it was only basically held by the Sokar cult, and the Sokar cult was too small compared to, say, the Osiris cult. Blue Dog. The Memphite cult. Does Elvis fit into this? Is Elvis dead? Dustin Meek says, never heard of this as far as Egyptian history is concerned, but it's interesting to learn this. Yeah, it's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. Risen Draco. Companies have a tendency to merge and let some things go as well. Exactly, yeah. Basically, when you get a merger to companies, one company will dominate, take the stuff from the smaller company, and throw away the stuff they don't want. And that's what happened in Egyptian religion, too. The Osiris cult did these mergers, but was usually the stronger party. So... So yeah, it's cool stuff. Mama says, "Oh, he is dead. Yeah, he was dead. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. So we covered Messianic Talmuds. Did the Egyptian gods have a sarcophagus? We do know that Osiris had a sarcophagus because it's part of the legend. Next one is by Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, is there anything buried beneath the Sphinx? No. It's bedrock. The Sphinx is actually is actually part of a limestone embutment. So it's actually part of the limestone plateau. So it's part of the bedrock. But water erosion caused it to form this sort of embutment, and then the Egyptians just carved that embutment. There is, I believe, 4 robber tunnels underneath the Sphinx. They don't go very far. They're not very deep. I think they're only about 10 or 20 feet. These were made during the Dynasty 25 by the Nubians. Yeah, there's a lot of these robber tunnels that date to Dynasty 25. We find them all over the place. They made some under the Sphinx. They made some under the Pyramid of Zoser. So, but there's nothing in those tunnels. Those tunnels are pretty much empty. Again, the robber tunnels. They were the 25th dynasty thought that the Egyptians had lots of treasure underneath these monuments, so they would dig these robber tunnels, hoping that they would find some compartment. And there's no compartment under the Sphinx, so. But that whole area, that's limestone. That's solid limestone. And the Sphinx is merely carved from that solid limestone. Okay. CPM versus DOS. You mean it's not being held up by pillars? No. No, it ain't. Oh, that's so bad. That's so pseudoscience. Oh, goodness. All right, so nothing beneath the Sphinx except a couple of a few, I think 4 robber tunnels. That's it. Okay, Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Was there turmoil in Egypt during the reigns of Ramses I, Seti I, or Ramses II? Political or religious? Turmoil, not really. Not really during that period. There's certainly political turmoil after Ramses II, but not during his reign. There was religious tensions, okay? There was some strife between the Theban priesthood and the Ramessides. Okay? The Theban priesthood wanted to put a Theban priest on the throne, or a Theban king on the throne. The problem is there were no Theban princes. There were no Theban. Really, girl. Bunny acting badly. Okay. So what happened was, okay. So what happened was, during the period of the dynasties, the 19th dynasty, there was this hatred between the Ramessides and the Theban priesthood. Yeah, Monty Bunny, exactly. The Theban priesthood wanted to put as I said, a Theban king, a Theban prince on the throne. The last Theban priest was Tutankhamun. He was the last Theban prince, and he died, and he didn't leave an eligible heir. So the way succession works in Egypt is, it's the son of the great queen, then, or his brothers, any eligible son of a minor queen, and then after that, it's usually then a fight between, if there's no eligible son from a minor queen, then basically high court officials would fight it out to become king, or they put a daughter on the throne. You know, if there's no eligible, say, courtiers who could take the throne, then sometimes they would put a daughter on the throne. But in the case of King Tut, he didn't have any sons or daughters. So that ended the Theban line right there. So, but the fact was that Theban line, that 18th dynasty, was essentially a Theban dynasty. Bonbon says, how could you possibly not have a son from a minor queen? They had a million of these minor queens in the ancient Near East. They had a lot of them, yeah. They had a lot of them. But political marriages take time to forge. Political marriages take years to forge. So we don't exactly know how that diplomacy went with King Tut. Conceivably, he didn't have enough time to forge those political alliances to get the minor queens to sort of finish this off as well as such. So, Darkblade, maybe a king could be infertile, as some reports claim Edward the Eighth was. Yeah, he was probably, Tut was probably, might have been infertile. We know Horemheb was. Horemheb was infertile. Yeah, then it wouldn't matter how many wives he had. Horemheb reigned a long time. He reigned a very long time and never produced an heir. Never produced a son or daughter. So it's probable that Horemheb was infertile. Ooh, Royal. Diane loved this. Don't blame it on the queens. Ryan, it must have been inconceivable. Ouch. Ouch. We do know that that Tut had had a stillborn child and one that we don't know if it made it to term or not. But they his wife was Ankh-Sunamun. She was his half sister, which probably didn't help things. So there wasn't any. So wrapping up the question here, there doesn't seem to have been any sort of riots or that kind of turmoil during the reign of the Ramessides. At least not until after Ramses II. Once you get into the reign of Merneptah, that changes. Okay, but you don't see any turmoil. As I say, you see religious tensions between the 19th dynasty, which is a Delta dynasty. They're from that whole dynasty is from Avaris, versus, say, the Theban priesthood. But the Theban priesthood is between a rock and a hard place, because there's nobody they can put on the throne. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you don't see real turmoil in the 19th dynasty, I'd say, until the reign of Merneptah. Then you start seeing a lot of problems. John Smith asks, Ankh-Sunamun, like the Mummy movie? Yeah. Yeah, that's where they got the name from. They got that name from that's right, wife. Yeah. It was a real name of a real person in Egypt. Yeah. The Ankh-Sunamun in the Mummy was named after King Tut's wife. Well, yeah, she didn't have an affair with the high priest, but hey. Okay, next one here. Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for that care package. We really, really appreciate it, and fun stuff in there. Fun stuff. So we're very, very grateful for your support of the channel. Okay, he says, good day, Doctor and Mrs. Producer. I pray all is well. We're exhausted. It's been a long day, and I did not get much sleep last night. So we've been working very, very hard. As I said earlier in the stream, we've got nearly got the manuscript for book 3 ready for the beta readers. We've also been working hard on the video game too. So, and yeah, Bonbon says Dr. Falk is an insomniac. Yeah, that's why you'll sometimes see me on Discord at like 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, I am an insomniac. All right. So Striding Herder asks, what is the worst pastry you ever had? I know it's butterscotch. What is the worst pastry I've ever had? Yes, there is a bad pastry. I know this is going to rub some people the wrong way. I don't like pasties. I do not like Cornish pasties. Hate Cornish pasties. I've never had a Cornish pasty that wasn't just bone dry and just like a mouthful of sand. Ugh. Oh, gross. The meat part is kind of okay, but it's usually very bland and unspiced. It's gonna ruffle some feathers, yeah. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I hate Cornish pasties or pasties or whatever they're called. Hate them. Hate them. Mrs. Producer hates them too. Because remember when we were driving from the port in England across to Liverpool, and we stopped at the gas station and we had some because you wanted to try them? You hated it. You hated it. uh, Jack Ray, Cornish pasties. Yeah, they're kind of a really heavy. They're a pie. They're essentially a pie dough, a really heavy pie dough, and they put a little bit of meat filling in, and they fold it over, and they bake that. Okay. Um, it's like a really awful calzone. Okay. Um, you know, um, calzones are can be really good. Calzones can be really, really good. Cornish pasties? No. No. Awful. Yuck. Uh yeah, calzones are fantastic. Calzones can be Blue Dog gas station pasties like gas station sushi. No, actually this was actually a pasty store, a pasty bakery that was attached to a gas station. I think it's on the M5 or something like that. It's on a major British freeway. Okay, but no, this was a place that this is what they specialized in, was making these Cornish pasties, and um, so it's not like gas station sushi. It's not like this place didn't specialize in this, and it wasn't the first one I had. I also had one once when I was in Cambridge. Hated that one too. I've never eaten a Cornish pasty I liked. I thought, I think they're disgusting. They're so dry. That's what I don't get is why do they have to be so dry? I mean, at least a calzone, it's it has tomato sauce in it and cheese and, maybe some pepperoni in there or beef or whatever. But there's enough wet ingredients in a calzone that, once you sort of get past sort of the breading, it's really good. Calzones can be excellent. But Cornish pasties, ugh. Yuck. Bomb Papa says they were a type of pot pie turnover made for Cornwall for the miners. They had a thick crust around the rim so miners could eat them without getting soot on the main part of the meal. That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true. Um, but they're not nice. They're not good. They're I mean, the British are not known for their great pastries anyway. Their pork pies are kind of like that too, but at least with a pork pie, there's less of the crust. So, CPM versus us. I need a calzone right now. Oh, they're delicious. Calzones are delicious. Heck, makes me want to make either calzones or pizza after this is done. Not keto though. Not keto, but Jack Ray. Yes, mock British food. It's like clubbing baby seals, and a lot more satisfying. British food, especially their baked goods, can be awful. Scones can be awful too. Crumpets are fine. I like crumpets. Crumpets are fantastic. White muffins. I'll say this: the English muffins you get over in America are not anywhere near as good as the white muffin that they're based on. The white muffin, if you go to England, they don't call them English muffins; they call them white muffins, and they're good. They're very good. They're soft. You get an English muffin over here. It's like a grizzled plastic hockey puck, but um, but white muffins over in England are lovely. They're very nice. They're very soft. They're tasty. I like English muffins over in England. I like crumpets. Crumpets are tasty. They're soft. They're nice. They hold butter and honey really well. Not keto, but delicious. Um, So yeah, that there's some British food that is good. They're Indian. British Indian food is excellent. Because what the British did was they took food from India and made it their own. They reinvented it, kind of like the same way that the Americans did the Chinese. They reinvented Chinese to create San Francisco Chinese. The British did the same thing with Indian food. So they took food from India and reinvented it. This is where we get stuff like chicken tikka masala. That's not a dish you're going to find in India. You are not going to find chicken tikka masala in India. Okay? But it's fantastic. The British have invented several curries and several variants on Indian food that are just wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was that that interesting competition between British Indian restaurants and Indian restaurants, and most of the judges preferred the British counterparts. Bonbon says, "I'm sorry, but Indian spices are awful. I like Indian spices, but I make curries. I love curries. I absolutely adore curries. Um, I like um, I like vindaloo, but that's a Portuguese dish. That's the Portuguese take on Indian curry. So love curries. Absolutely adore curries. So Darkblade says the U.S. also innovates in Japanese cuisine, and Canada has one of the most infamous innovations in Italian cuisine. It does. Um, the California roll. California roll was innovated in California. You couldn't go to Japan and get that for the longest time. Now the Japanese are bringing California rolls to Japan. Uh, Canada, of course, has developed the Hawaiian pizza. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, of course. Well, there are Japanese that accept the California roll. You can get it now in Japan, but in a few only a few places. So yeah, they discovered the California roll's tasty, especially with cream cheese in it. Okay, so to wrap up the question here, food section. Uh, the worst pastry I ever had was Cornish pasties. Cornish pasties. Bomba cream cheese. Oh yeah, the California roll has cream cheese, avocado, and smoked salmon. Yeah, and it's really tasty, really tasty. Michael Watts. Um, oops. Oh. Hawaiian pizza is heresy. It's Canadian. Legendary fighting. As an Italian, I have to say, Hawaiian pizza should be illegal. It's so wrong, but so good. Sepian versus Das. False. Long live the Hawaiian pizza. Alrighty. That was fun. Uh, Bon Bon. My mom won't let me eat raw fish anymore. Raw fish is good. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And it's so good for your brain too, because the omega fatty acids. Yeah, raw fish is delicious. absolutely delicious. Um, in fact, it's the best way to have tuna. Tuna just, oh my gosh, so good raw. So good. Yeah. Well, the sourcing of fish is one of those things that um that, you know, I mean I live on a coastal city. I live in a coastal city. So for me, it's something that we um Bama says, yeah, but in Canada, she says it's sourced from sketchy places. You know, um it really doesn't affect, I mean, most like salmon is flash frozen. You know, tuna flash frozen. So that kills off any parasites. So if it comes right out of the ocean, you know, that's not all that bad, to be honest. Yeah, the mercury thing is a bit of concern, but Dustin Meek says fish is great, but due to mercury concerns, makes it harder to eat. Yeah, the mercury thing, but you find that primarily in top predators. So you find that more in tuna than, say, salmon. You don't find that in freshwater fish as much. But it all depends. It all depends, really. Harry Stark, I answered this question on the last live stream. So, and he asks, what makes David hopeful of having an influence on culture when the marketing campaign of David is non-existent? Everybody's marketing campaign is non-existent. Everybody who writes a book has a $0 marketing budget. Trad publishers don't pay for marketing anymore. On my book, The Ark of the Covenant, my marketing budget was zero. Zero. Yeah. It's all done by word of mouth or by back catalog. So, you know, what you do is you put up your author page on Amazon, and people who see that you wrote the Ark of the Covenant in Egyptian context will also see that I wrote Reliquary of the Dead and All the Stars as Angels. So Bombard says, we are Dr. Falk's marketing campaign. Exactly. And that's why it's important you put in the book reviews. Book reviews give books traction. So, if you want the book to succeed and you want to spread the word about it, write those Amazon reviews. Go to Amazon, write the reviews for Reliquary of the Dead and All the Stars as Angels, and that will really help. Mama says, reviews sell books. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jack Ray, marketing costs massive money. More than any IT departments in companies. Yeah, they do. And the fact is, publishers don't do it anymore because they're not sure of the value of some of that marketing money. Like, for example, many of those publishers no longer pay for even stuff like Amazon ads. So, really, it's these days, if you publish, it doesn't matter if you trad publish or indie publish. The marketing budget is exactly the same. It's exactly the same. So, and frankly, so far, um, the book has performed as well as any trad publisher would. A first book at any trad publisher. So, Mama says, request the book at your local library too. Do not donate. Request. Yeah, absolutely. Request the book at the local library. because the local library only puts on the shelves what's been requested, not what's donated. Donated books end up being put into book sales. So, yeah, donated books to libraries never make it on the shelf. They end up in library book sales. Harry Stark, why not donate? Because what happens is they don't put the book on the shelf. They take that book, they put it into their book boxes, and then they use that on their library sales. Okay? So you'll pay, say, $20 for a book, donate it to the library, and they'll resell that for 50 cents. And it'll never get into readers' hands. So, Darkblade says, so it's basically Goodwill's the book. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. It'd be treated like that. Most major libraries have a yearly book sale to raise funds. They do, yeah. Which I totally support. I support those sales and buy a lot of books from them. Okay? I used to anyway. But I understand where those books come from. Those books come from donations. Not from their book sale books come from two sources: donations and discards. Okay? But at least with the discard, it's had a life on the shelf. So, so if you want it to get on the shelf at all, you have to request the book, not give them the book. Harry Stark, so they're basically giving the donated books the middle finger, basically. Yeah, sort of. Slam RN, what science fiction writer do you like most? Who are you most like? That's a tough question because I have very broad reading. I like Frank Herbert. I like Clifford C. Mack. I like Rob Silverberg. David Weber can be good. Let's see who else. Roger Zelazny has had some good books. So there's a few names there. There's a few names. Who am I most like? I don't know. I tend to write more like Clifford C. Mack than I do, say, like Herbert. So, so that's where basically, sort of I kind of fit in as far as my writing style goes. Jack Ray, I don't recognize any of those guys. Oh, I mean, I also read a lot of Poul Anderson and Frederick Pohl. Yeah, these were part of, say, science fiction authors of the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. So, these were what was called the new wave of science fiction. And after that new wave, science fiction kind of hit a dump. Okay, the science fiction that sort of kind of came between the new wave and the present's not that great. But I still read modern authors, authors that are publishing science fiction today. I don't terribly like them, but I do read them. Like I've read some books by John Scalzi. Um, I wouldn't recommend his work, but I've read him. There's another book I read recently too that was terrible. Terrible. It was called The Life of Puppets. Absolutely awful book. But it was very highly rated on Goodreads. So I did read it. And it's awful. It's absolutely awful. So I do read various authors. Annie Manuel says C.J. Chera is one of my favorite authors. Yeah, she's good. She's very good. Uh, CPM versus DOS. How bad? Um, Queer sex with robots kind of bad. That's basically what it's about. It's also weird. The story doesn't make any sense. It just kind of goes off on this sort of random tangent at one point, and then it sort of switch gears. It's almost like three bad stories in one. Three bad stories in one that don't really sort of make sense. Yeah, yeah, there's no plot, no character development. You don't care about the characters. It's just badly written. I mean, it's gross, but it's also badly written. Yeah, yeah, it's just badly written. Dustin Meeks, that's bad then, and a waste of time. Yeah, yeah, it's bad and a waste of time. Harry Stark, yes, I've answered it now twice for you. Twice. Yeah, yeah. Basically, the culture gets impacted when readers read. That's when you impact the culture. And the more people read and the more people recommend the books, the more the culture is impacted. Um, then actually, whatever, I don't know how to pronounce that. William Gibson, yeah, William Gibson can be good. Um, his stuff is dated now. I'd say his stuff is dated, but yeah. I wouldn't recommend Gibson anymore, but as I said, that whole cyberpunk thing kind of is. Ooh, Highline, interesting author. Um, some of his books can be very good. Some of them can be not so good. Um, his Door into Summer, I loved. I really liked his Door into Summer. I like uh, um, his Starship Troopers. I liked Starship Troopers. I thought that was very good too. Different than the movie, completely different than the movie. A different kind of novel altogether. Do not crock. Yeah, I don't either. The Haystack. I'm still with Timothy Zahn. Zahn's a good author. Yeah, Timothy Zahn's a very good author. There was another one that I was Alan Dean Foster, another excellent author. Yeah, Alan Dean Foster is an excellent, excellent author. So yeah, there's a lot of really good science fiction out there. I mean, this is one of the things, as I said, really annoys me about these lists of science fiction that Christians need to read. That and I responded recently to Trent Horton's video on this, um, because oh my gosh, um, most of the science fiction he recommended is ancient. It's ancient. And I'm not talking about old as 1970s old. I'm talking about 1818 kind of old. He recommended Frankenstein. Yeah, great book, classical literature. I wouldn't consider that a great modern book for the science fiction reader. Um, I would also, his I think the youngest book he recommended was Children of Men, and that was 1992. The next youngest book was dated 1959. So, that's let's see that now. Annie Manuel, what about Octavia Butler? I haven't read any of her work, so I can't say. So, okay, so let's go on to the next one here. Is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In your opinion, do you think we Christians sometimes underestimate the value of what a promise is to God? Oh, certainly, yeah. Yeah, certainly we do. We don't understand. I mean, the idea of a promise to God is that it's something he won't violate. It's something that he'll never break. And that's because of his unchanging character. So I think we kind of anthropomorphize God a little too much because humans break their promises. So we kind of sometimes underestimate the value of God's promises because we kind of think God will break them just like humans break them. But it's not like that. So a value, a promise by God is a statement of his character and his unchanging nature. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Risen Draco for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, our friend McClellan doesn't know why God was mad at Balaam in Numbers 22:22. Can you go over it with the class so that we may help him understand the passage? All right, Numbers 22:22. Numbers 22. All right. Now, to understand 2022, you got to go back a bit. Okay? All right. So where should we start here? Okay, let's start here at verse 10. Okay. Verse 9. Let's start with verse 9. Then God came to Balaam and said, "Who are these men with you?" And Balaam said to God, "Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent word to me. Behold, there's a people who came out of Egypt, and they cover the surface of the land. Now come, curse them for me. Perhaps I may be able to fight against them and drive them out." And God said to Balaam, "Do not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed." All right. This is the command. This is the first command. Do not go with them. Okay? So, then Balaam arose in the morning and said to Balak's leader, "Go back to your land, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you." Okay. So he's got the command, don't go with them. And the leaders of Moab rose and went to Balaam and said, "Balaam has refused to come with us." Then Balak again sent leaders, more numerous and more distinguished than the former. And they came to Balaam and they said, "Thus says Balak, son of Zippor, let nothing, I beg you, hinder you from coming with me." Now, this is still a request. This is still an ask to come with. And Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, "Though Balak were given to give me his house full of gold and silver, I cannot do anything, either small or great, contrary to the command of the Lord my God. And now, please, you also stay here tonight, and I'll find out what else the Lord will speak to me." And God said to Balaam at night and said to him, "If the men have come to call you, rise up and go with them. But only the word which I speak to you shall you do." Okay, so he's gotten that first command, don't go. But then he gets the second word. Basically, the men have come to call you. Rise up and go with them, but only speak the word which you shall do. So there's the caveat. Only speak the word. Okay? So, verse 21. So Balaam arose in the morning and saddled his donkey and went with the leaders of Moab. But the Lord was angry because he was going. Okay, why is he angry? Okay? Because he wasn't called to go. The protasis here in verse 20. If the men have come to call you, rise up and go with them. If they come to call you. They didn't. It's the protasis here has not been fulfilled. If the men come to call you, then go with them. But Balaam takes it on his own initiative to rise in the morning and saddle his donkey and go with the leaders of Moab. He gets this word and he says, well, they called me before. That's good enough, right? That's why God is angry. Because he's disobedient. And it says here, verse 22, but God was angry because he was going. Why was he angry? Because he's not obeying instructions. It's that simple. Men call to rise you, rise up and go with them. They didn't call, but he's going anyway. It's kind of like, hey, Daddy, Mommy isn't letting me go fishing. Okay, son, if Mom says you can go fishing. It's like, great, I'm going fishing. No, son, Mommy didn't say you could go. Yeah, but she didn't tell me again that I couldn't. Jeez. This is the plain reading of the text. Nothing more. Catholic Forever says, Dan is a disingenuous person. He just tries to get his views on his channel by doing response videos and wants to be popular among atheists. Yeah, he's Dogma Dan. He's Dogma Dan. Merv says, McClellan, the J source told him to go. The P source redacted the text. That's the scholarly consensus without any dogmas. That's for a guy who complains so much about religious people having dogmas. Wow, does he have dogmas? Harry Stark, why doesn't McClellan just become an atheist? He's already half one by now. He is an atheist. He's a nominal Mormon. He's an atheist. Here's the thing. He's afraid that what will happen to him is the same stuff that happened to Kip, where Kip lied to get a job at Trinity Western. He came out as an atheist, and then as soon as his contract was over, they dumped him. Okay? McClellan is a nominal Mormon. He keeps his temple recommend up so he gets the benefits of Mormonism. And there are a lot of benefits to Mormonism. There's a social safety net. He has been paid by the Mormon Church to do work for them. If he loses his temple recommend, that's all gone. And the quickest way to lose that temple recommend is to come out as an atheist. He's denied probably every dogma of Mormonism anyway, but he just hasn't done that final step of declaring himself an atheist. So, but that's why he doesn't do it. He derives too much benefit from Mormonism. Okay, so anyway, but that's what's happening here in Numbers 22. As Balaam is told, if the men come and call you, rise up and go with them. But Balaam isn't called; he just goes. And that's why God is angry. And in verse 22, and it's why it says, but God was angry with him because he was going, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way as an adversary against him. Now he was riding on his donkey, and the two servants were with him. So it's just, so that's what's going on in Numbers 20:22. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much. It's just, again, it boils down to just plain reading of the text without any of the scholarly baggage to reinterpret it in a way that doesn't make sense. And this is the problem with scholarly baggage, like the documentary hypothesis. It reinterprets who's saying what at what particular time and makes a muddled mess of the text, when it's just a simple reading of the text answers the question. So next super chat here is from Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why do you think it is difficult to people to understand their thirst for spirituality? I don't know if it's that they it's difficult for them to understand. I think it's more that it's difficult to accept. People are very spiritual just on their own. It's hardwired into us. Like, for example, even atheists get spiritual at a rock concert. I mean, a lot of them will talk about rock music in spiritual terms. Very spiritual terms. That it was uplifting. It was magnifying. They felt a high, emotional and spiritual high as they listened to Metallica. Mm-hmm. They felt a connection with the community. So people are inherently spiritual. I've seen people talk like this in baseball games. People are inherently spiritual, and they'll gravitate to that sort of language and mode of thought because it's hardwired into us. So yeah, it's not that they don't understand it. They just sort of fill it with other things. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I've seen all sorts of people who don't claim to be spiritual or religious devote themselves to things in a very spiritual and religious way. So I've come to the conclusion that we're just hardwired with it. We've got a God-shaped hole in us. And, you're going to fill that hole with something. Whether that's drugs and alcohol, whether that's baseball, whether that's rock music. There's going to be a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways people try to fill that hole. I knew a guy who filled that hole with movies. All he did was watch TV and movies. That was all he did with his wife. And, he said to me once that, what am I going to do with my life? This is a guy I knew at college. He goes, what am I going to do with my life? I don't really care about school. The only thing I care about is watching TV and movies. Like, isn't there more to your life than that? Not really. Yeah. You could fill it with food too. That's another way people sometimes fill it. Jack Ray pizza, pasta. Yeah. Yeah. Harry Stark said, Augustine said something along the lines of the guy who knocks on the door of a brothel has a God-shaped hole. Yeah, it's true. It's I knew another guy who filled it that way too. So some people do fill it up with one night stands. Von Papa says I've seen a few atheists end up becoming sun worshippers because they eventually need something. Well, remember the guy that at the when we lived in Nevada, we were going to a show once and we stopped in for gas. And he was a worshiper of Kali.
Oh,
yeah, the benign aspects of Kali.
And I said, and what are those?
Yeah, Mrs. Producer asked, and what are those benign aspects of Kali? I've never heard of them. Mama says here, food, shopping, perfectionism, sex, money. Yeah, those are things people fill it. Mama says Kali. Yeah, the Hindu goddess of destruction and death. Some evil too. Throw in some evil. Evil, destruction, and death. That's Kali. Widow sacrifice. That's the Kali. Yeah, the putting the wives of dead husbands on pyres and burning them alive. That was Kali worship. Ugh. Icky. Papa says somebody worshiping the Spider Queen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just awful. But yeah, this guy worshipped Kali. You know, he worked at our local gas station on the way out of town in Carson City or in Gardnerville. You know, we would go south on the highway and gas up before you go into the Nevada desert. And, you know, he was the guy basically manning the till. So yeah, you'll fill that void with something. Something's got to fill that God-shaped hole. You know, whether it's binge shopping, binge eating, binge sports, Kali, Thor, something will fill that hole. But it will never fill it right. Okay. Next one here is from Flintlock for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Do you have an opinion on the seeming discrepancy between the census in Ezra 2 and Nehemiah 7 and the supposed lack of archaeological evidence for such a group returning from exile? Okay. I haven't looked at this issue per se. I do know that there were two different censuses done at Ezra 2 and Nehemiah 7. One of those is a census of the people who were still living in Babylon, and one was, I believe, the ones that actually returned. Okay? So you have a pre and a post census, as far as I remember, and I don't remember which one was which. So I'm kind of spitballing this here because I don't remember the exact details. Okay, so I could be feeding you total rubbish here. All right, so keep that in mind. Take this with a proverbial grain of salt because I haven't looked into this in detail. But from what I remember, one of the censuses was taking account of all the people in the Jewish community. Now, here's the thing: only those who had not interbred with the Babylonians were allowed to return. Okay? So it wasn't like everyone could return. It actually turned out to be a relatively small group who could prove they were of the line of Judah, because it was Judahites that were exiled during the Babylonian exile. So it was Judahites that were exiled during the Babylonian, Judahites and Benjaminites. So it was only those two tribes that were exiled to Babylon. And in Babylon, they intermarried, but when they returned, not all of them were able to return. Some of them weren't able to return because they could not establish their pedigree as Judahites. Some of them had intermarried and were no longer eligible to return. So you did have this census where they went through the list, showed who was eligible, who isn't, and then they had a census of those who did return, as far as I best recall. So, we wouldn't actually see evidence of a large group returning anyway, because migrations like this happened all the time. We don't see evidence, a lot of archaeological evidence of, on the ground, of even, say, the deportations that were done by the Assyrians or the Babylonians, but we know they happened because we do have records of them. And we do have records of Judahites living in Babylon. We even have, nobody probably missed the Benjaminites. Yeah, possibly. Okay, but so you're not going to see big returns. Now we do have some archaeological evidence of those returns. Nazareth is an example of archaeological evidence because Nazareth as a city was founded because of the return from the Babylonian exile. So Nazareth is one such city that was founded because of that return. But Nazareth itself is a relatively small town. It's what we call a synagogue town. It was a town that returned from the Babylonian exile. They established a new town, and then they established a synagogue. So Nazareth is a synagogue town. It's a small town. It's a backwaters town. And it's very much reflective of that return from exile. So we didn't see a huge number of people return because of the eligibility factor, but there is some, probably a few thousand. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Ryan Comcamp asks, did SETI, I think you mean Project SETI, ever find evidence of aliens? No, it never did. Project SETI never found evidence of aliens, as far as I know. The SETI project. I did know somebody who used to work on the SETI project, but no, they didn't find aliens as much as they wanted to. We need a bigger dish. Jack Ray, yes, the SETI at home bit was interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I wanted to give somebody I didn't know piece of my computing time. Just no. I mean, they pretty much defunded that project anyway. Jack Ray says, I used it to benchmark a lot. I never used it for benchmark. The thing I used to benchmark was the Linpack stuff. So, or if it's a smaller system, I used tools like SAR. So, I was a big user of SAR. Let's see here. Are we at the end of the super chats yet? Nope, we got a bunch of them still. All right. Rob's got a bunch. Where are we here? All right, there we are. All right. Followers of the Ichthys for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Is it true that all the early church fathers believed Mary was a perpetual virgin? No. No, they did not. It wasn't really something they talked about much, honestly. I would say that many of them did not believe this. Just because of Matthew, I think it's 125. By the way, there's been a really, really good paper on this just recently. Just came out. Let me see if I can look this up. An excellent paper was done on this just recently. It's called Prepositions and Perpetual Virginity until as a scalar item in Matthew 125 by Travis Wright. And it was published in the Biblical and Ancient Greek Linguistics, Volume 13. Excellent, excellent article on this. You can find it if you go to my Discord. It's in the resources section. And I think that sort of puts the nail into the coffin of this whole perpetual virginity thing. If you want to believe it personally, that's fine. Yeah, this is not a salvation issue, but you should be at least aware of the counter arguments for it. So we're not ragging on Catholics here. We're just saying that, or even Orthodox. We're just saying that the language of the New Testament seems to preclude that possibility, and the early church fathers don't seem to hold on to this as a core doctrine. It actually is introduced quite late into Catholic and Orthodox theology. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Follower of the Ichthys for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Any records outside the Bible that hint at Nebuchadnezzar's 7-year period of madness? No. But there also happens to be there also happens to be the idea that's floated out there that it may not have been him who was mad, but his successor. And that the successor's name is actually, Nebuchadnezzar is being used as a placeholder. There is some, let me see, what is it? What's his successor again? Marduk? No. Who was that? Nabonidus. There is some suggestion that it was Nabonidus who actually had the issue with the sanity issue. Okay. There is some suggestion in Babylonian documents that it was Nabonidus who had the sanity problems. Okay. So in this case, Nabonidus is being renamed Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel. So a lot of scholars right now, I think it might have been Nabonidus who had the 7-year reign period of madness, and and that is based upon Babylonian documents. But that his Nabonidus' name was simply replaced with Nebuchadnezzar's. Christian Mouse says, I think I read somewhere some Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts used another king instead of Nebuchadnezzar. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but Kimmel Leopard, why would Daniel call Nabonidus Nebuchadnezzar? Because it descends from the same throne, essentially. I mean, why did every king of the Roman Empire call himself Caesar after Julius Caesar? Funny that, huh? Yeah. I mean, even after Caesarion line is dead, they call him Caesar. I think it's probably the same thing here. Is that they're just calling him Nebuchadnezzar because it's the line. It's the royal line. Okay. So, anyway, follower Ichthus, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very appreciated. I think I think this is probably a reference to Nabonidus. I don't think this is a reference to Nebuchadnezzar per se. Okay, I want to got here. Thank Jack Ray for gifting 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. We couldn't do this without your support, and we are so grateful for it. Okay, we've got a question here from Bonbon for $2 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. And I have to find it in the chat here. Question in the chat. Which question is this? Yeah. $9.02. Okay. He asks, I want to show why Exodus is a unique event and so many unique changes happen in such a short time span to the point where naturalistic explanation is improbable. Anything for that besides food practices? Housing. We find the four-room house at the Semitic four-room house at Osiris. We don't find it in Canaan until the mid-12th century. So this is about 50 years after the Israelites arrive. So you do get the food changes like the prohibition on pork. That's an Egyptian thing, and they take it with them to Canaan. But you also find the four-room house brought with them to Canaan. You also find other ritual practices too, like the ritual bathing. Certain prohibitions on animal goods being brought into the temple. So those sorts of things are part of this as well. So there's a whole lot of things that you can add to that. So I think what else could we add to this? But it is a lot of changes. Admittedly, going from their place at Osiris in Egypt to Canaan, they went through a lot of short-term changes. Like they go essentially from an agrarian to a pastoral lifestyle. You just don't do that overnight. So they're basically farmers at Osiris, and they're eating the goods of a farming community. Like, for example, we say fish and leeks. Well, they had some of them had access to beef too. These are the foods of agriculture. Whereas, say in as they're wandering through the Sinai, they're starting to eat things such as sheep and goats as their primary staples. And when they get into the Holy Land, they start cultivating wild honey too. So So the Israelites do go through this process change over their 40-year wandering in the wilderness. But trying to point that to say that a naturalistic explanation is improbable might not work so well. Because here's one of the reasons I think we should keep in mind here that is that most of the events that happened in the Exodus are naturalistic, can be ascribed to naturalistic events. You could have a completely naturalistic explanation for the events in Exodus. Completely naturalistic. That's not inconsistent, though, with a theological explanation. So we want to be a little careful here. The two are not mutually exclusive. Just because you have a naturalistic explanation does not preclude a supernatural explanation. Okay? The supernatural explanation then becomes a matter of timing. It becomes a matter of timing. So, Bonbon adds, some of these seem counterintuitive, though. Oh, they do seem counterintuitive. But it's the thing about the Exodus is it's all happening in a really short span of time. Okay, all of this is happening within a 6-month cycle. From basically inundation, the first sort of miracle, as it were, is the water turning to blood. And that begins an inundation cycle. But the last is the barley harvest. So that takes place 6 months after the beginning of the inundation cycle. So all of these events are happening in rapid succession over a period of 6 months. Mama says, just because it was possible to happen naturally doesn't mean it was probable. Yeah, exactly. And I think we have to keep that in mind, is that all of these things, any one of these events taken on its own, can have a natural explanation. But what we're talking about here is things that are perfectly timed. You get the flood or the waters turning to blood, and you get the flies, and the frogs, and the hail, and the blotting out of the sun. You get all these, and the boils, all of these events that are just perfectly timed within this 1 6-month time frame. And then Moses just happens to go out, sit beside the sea, and there's a wind set down that parts the waters. All that's timing. The miracle there is timing, not the physicality of each event. So Bauman says, so what we want to say is so many unique and counterintuitive changes occurred in a short time span. And this lowers the probability of purely, that's the key word here, purely naturalistic explanations compared to theistic ones. Yeah, that's exactly how you want to phrase that. Okay? So, the natural explanations don't preclude the theistic, because the God of the universe, the God of the supernatural, is also God of the natural. So, yeah, that's... Mama says, if I recall correctly, the waters only stayed receded so long as his arms were... No, that's a different event. That's the battle against the Amalekites. That's the battle of the Amalekites. And Balaam says, and then something happens in Sinai, where after that event, Israelites completely get new behaviors, laws, etc., that are counterintuitive, and this doesn't happen easily in a conservative ancient Near Eastern culture. No, it doesn't. So yeah, that's how you'd want to sort of structure that. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. So thank you, Bonbon, for that question. Moving on to the next one here is from the Camilla Pard for $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. Do you think the great fish of Jonah referred to Leviathan? If so, do you think the allusion to Leviathan could simply refer to Job drowning? I don't think so. I do think that I don't think it is just Leviathan. I think there was a creature there. It wouldn't make a lot of sense of just the sea spitting up Job onto the shore. A drowned man. Okay. We're clearly told that he was deposited on there. So it could still be Leviathan, but a Leviathan that was also a sea critter. Okay? So there's nothing saying that Leviathan had to be a purely spirit critter as such, but could have been inspired by other spirit sea critters too. So I'm sort of 50-50 on the whole great fish thing, whether it's a chaos monster or if it's an actual sea critter. But I really haven't decided one way or the other on that one. I'm more interested in the whole idea of Jonah actually dying. Okay, I think that's the more interesting part of Jonah chapter 2. So Camilla, could he have drowned and been taken up by the great fish to be spat out? Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. He could have drowned and been taken up by the great fish. That's totally possible. Daniel Lowry asks, if it was a sea critter, what could it be? Not sure. But there's at least 2 species of whales that actually have a mouth and esophaguses large enough to consume a human. Yeah, sperm whale is one of them. There's also a second one, too, that's as large that could do it as well. Okay, next one here is from BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. If we assume Noah's flood was indeed global, how long do you think it would have taken place to allow for what we know of archaeological history? I would say you'd need at least 50,000 years. At least 50,000 if it's a global flood. Even if it's a local flood, you'll probably need 50,000 years. So, because the earliest cultures we have in, say, Mesopotamia go back 50,000 years. So, that's how what I would probably place it, 50,000 years, at least. Whether it's global or local. Either one. So, if it's global, you might need longer, but it's hard to say. But again, I don't take a side on that global local issue. I can see either one being possible. Depends what side of the bed I get up in the morning. BC4YT, I thought things only really went back around 12K years. No, it goes back further than that. We have some artifacts from Mesopotamia that are 20, 30,000 years old. Timmy R asks, so in that case, are the Toledote missing some of the clans, or are their lifespans deflated? it's honorific transposition. That's the problem. In the case of the Toledotes, we don't know, because of honorific transposition, we don't know when the son was born in relation to when the father spawned a new clan. The two do not seem to be inextricably connected, even though it sounds like to a Western reader, because we do know, because of honorific transposition, that the firstborn, the clan progenitor of the new clan, doesn't have to be a firstborn son. In fact, many times he isn't. He's just the most important clan member. But he's given the honorary effect of firstborn. So he's given that his place in the line of sons is swapped with the firstborn. So because of that, the firstborn, the progenitor could have been born much, much later than the age at which the father conceived his next clan. So the Katsui asks, are there any studies of carbon-14 dating being affected by environmental factors? Yes, there are. There have been several studies of these done in the journal Radiocarbon. That's probably the big carbon-14 journal out there, and there have been studies published in that showing that environmental factors can affect carbon-14 dating. In fact, carbon-14 level on a year-by-year basis changes. It changes because carbon-14 is created by solar radiation, cosmic rays, converting nitrogen into carbon. So, and every year that level differs because of the activity of the sun differs. So that's definitely an environmental change that affects carbon-14. But there are also other environmental factors too that also affect carbon-14, such as environmental sinks, failure of trees to create tree rings. There's all sorts of things. Camel leopard, cosmic rays like the Fantastic Four. I heard about this. What was his name? Stan Lee, who this was in I think it was a Stan Lee interview when he did the Fantastic Four, and he talked about cosmic rays, and he said, "I didn't know what a cosmic ray was. It just sounded sciencey and good." It's like fantastic. Sounded sciencey and good. I didn't understand what it was. Comics. Golden Age comics. Gotta love them. Mama says, love it. That is so Stanley. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Come on up for fantastic, you say. Bomb Papa says, I don't know what a gamma ray gamma bomb was. Well, you know, a lot of the early science fiction, especially hard science fiction, was written on misunderstandings of science, because people didn't know what the writers weren't as scientific literate as they are today. So because of that, there's a lot less interesting possibilities for, say, science. A lot more open opportunities for interesting science, hard science. So this is why, for example, in today's science fiction market, soft science fiction tends to dominate over hard science fiction, because the unknown factors of hard science that made hard science fiction have become filled in by real science. Messianic Talmud says, galactic cosmic radiation is deadly and nearly impossible to shield against in a spacecraft. Interesting. They have been proposing that there is a really good shield material that they can use against cosmic rays. And this has come out recently. This was a recent proposal from NASA, which is that for interstellar, for long-term space travel, that you put the water tanks of your vessel in the front as a shield, because water is an incredibly effective shield against cosmic radiation. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, I forget what the name of it was, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but having water in front of your space vessel will protect the passengers from cosmic rays. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Ivan asks, when did the Exodus occur? 1265 or 1260 BC? In your videos, you say 1260. While the censored podcast you mentioned approximately 1265. All right, I don't know which one that is. I don't know who this censored podcast is, but whatever. It's going to be approximately 1263, and that's an approximate. We figure that the Exodus took place roughly in the 25th year of Ramses II, plus or minus 7 years. Okay, so 1263 plus or minus 7 years roughly. And it's a really rough estimate because we don't have hard data on that. We do know that Abenhir Khoshev, the firstborn of Ramses II, died in roughly Ramses II 25th regnal year. But we don't have a hard date on that. So this is why we say 1263 plus or minus some years. So that could be 1260. That could be 1265. Okay? Or even a little earlier or later. So we just don't know for sure. So it's an approximate. It's a circa year. It's a circa year. And because we don't have exact numbers for that. Harry Stark asks, will a sacrifice to the red heifer, which was performed, usher in the Antichrist? It'll have to happen before the Antichrist, I think, because the abomination that makes desolate has to stand in the holy place. But so that sort of necessitates there is a holy place prior to there being an Antichrist. So because there has to be a holy place, yeah, you're going to need temple, and you're going to need sacrifice, and you're going to need the sacrifice of a red heifer. But that doesn't actually, I mean, there's no reason why you can't have the temple restored and going again, and then in 50 years, the abomination that makes desolate comes back. So even if that sacrifice happens, it wouldn't necessarily be an immediate thing. All right, next one here. It's from BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. How would you describe the Trinity to, say, a new Christian or a mild skeptic? I would describe it as the three persons are the one God. One God in essence, three persons. Okay? That's how I would describe it. And that's sort of talking to an advanced theology at that point. So I would introduce a new Christian to the concept of the Trinity. I wouldn't expect him to necessarily accept or understand it immediately. It's one of those things that sort of takes time to sort of wrap your head around. A mild skeptic, I probably wouldn't even broach the Trinity unless, he wants to talk about it. If he wants to talk about the Trinity, yeah, then I might talk about it, but I wouldn't actually describe the Trinity to a mild skeptic unless there is one. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, Rob Rose in the house. Thank you very much for that super chat for $10 Australian. And Rob Rose says, Sentinel Apologetics. Blessings, David. Well, blessings to you too. It's been a minute, but keeping you and Kiara in prayer. Well, thank you. We need it. We're always seem to be under attack here. So yeah, we do need the prayers. He goes, I'm doing well, just busy in life and back to writing again. Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. I've been noticing you've been doing some live streams again. He says, and we'll be back in the game soon. Lots to share. Much love. Well, much love to you too. Next one here is from BC4YT for another $10 Australian. Thank you so much for that super chat. And he says, if you had 40 years to start and complete a project for the kingdom, what would you do? Oh, gee. Oh, yeah. Could include study like learning Hebrew, programming, etc., then putting those skills into practice somehow. Well, I've already done Hebrew. I mean, I did that at seminary. And I already know programming. I did that professionally for 25 years. I don't know what I would do I don't come from a long-lived family, okay? So for me, if I make it another 20 years, I think I'm doing pretty good. My dad lived to 86. My mother is just about 80. So, but I've kind of inherited the health of both of them. Yeah. I don't think I have, I wouldn't have great ambitions to these magnum opus projects. Ken Kitchen was really into magnum opus projects. But he started his projects like 60 years ago. And he just kept adding to them. I'm more into small projects where I can get them done fast, and many of them. So for me, smaller projects are much more attractive at this point. They're much more attractive. Now, this is why I don't make these telephone book sized novels. I have some projects in mind for nonfiction books. Like I do want to do the Exodus book. I want to do the chronology synchronism source book. There's a lot of those sorts of books I want to do. But I don't plan 40 years ahead. I just don't plan 40 years ahead. I tend to like to do my planning 5 years ahead. Just because I don't know what my health is going to be. I don't know how long I'm going to live. I've had a lot of bad arthritis recently. Really bad arthritis. So, it's like... Risen Draco says, David could make his own Exodus movie. He could make jewelry, smith weapons. Yeah, I've done all that. I've made models. Oh yeah, done my own electronics. Yeah, all sorts of things. Oh boy. Okay. But yeah, just simply put, I don't plan 40 years ahead. I plan 5. 5 is long enough. BC4YT, how come usernames are showing up instead of display names? This is lame. It is lame. It is lame. And you can thank YouTube. Yeah, write to YouTube and complain about this. As part of their top fan system. Okay? If you go up to the top of the live chat, you'll see a thing that says top fans. Click on that. And you'll see all the fans are rated with experience points. It's a new YouTube game. Okay? BC4YT. Thanks, YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you click on that and you get that top fans here, and you got Andrew Guler at the top with 4,000 experience points. And then Cynical Apologetics, 1,400 experience points. And then BC4YT with 1,100 experience points. But all those munged names are so that YouTube can keep track of top fans for their little game here. So that's what's going on here.
No.
Harry Stark asks, what is the point of this experience points? It's to motivate you to do more super chats so YouTube gets more money. It's social engineering. It's YouTube social engineering so that you give more super chats to bump up your experience points to let's say provide you incentive. Okay, that's really what it is. BC4YT, it really is that vulgar? Yeah, it's really that vulgar. Risen Draco says, does it benefit any of us? Nope. No, it doesn't. We get anger points. Yes. Bomb Papa's basement. YouTube, now with even less you. Yep. Yep, certainly is. Bonbon says, you get street cred in the stream comments. Except nobody pays attention to it. And come on, these streams only go, my streams only go for 3-4 hours. You know, nobody cares. I don't care. I don't even look at it. Yeah. I mean, I don't even look at the top fans leaderboard unless somebody asks. I never look at it. Yeah. And that's because we're building a real community here. We're not trying to milk this thing for all the super chats we can get. Baumont says, on big streams that have 10,000 viewers, especially with VTubers, it gets you cred. Well, maybe. But we're not that kind of channel. I'd turn it off if I could. I can't. I can't turn it off. So... I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Haven and Friends. Progress over quality. Yeah. Harry Stark. What is a VTuber? A VTuber is basically a comment channel. It's a reaction channel where the host has a virtual avatar. So, yeah, they often use anime characters during live stream. Yep. Yep. That's what a VTuber is. And to be honest, too, this feature was designed for VTubers, but YouTube's also been cracking down on VTubers too. So, Jack Ray says the Enforcer channel gets 10,000 real time each night, and he doesn't care at all about points junk. Yeah, most of us who are developing a real community don't care about the points junk. It's just needless clutter. Harry Stark I think YouTube is prohibiting AI generated content. It's not really, not yet anyway, not in any meaningful way. All right, let's go on to the next one here, super chat here, because we are at 11:15 already. Still got a few to go here. Okay, Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Now for the juicy question. Paul R. Williamson finally released his 2025 Exodus commentary for Tyndale last night. Unfortunately, he's deliberately vague on the Exodus timing. I'll send another super. Okay. His second super chat here regarding this. The number in 1 Kings 6:1 computes to 1446 BC, but Exodus 1:11 suggests the era of Ramses II. And Ruth 4:18-22 with Judges 18:30-20-28 implies the following century, the reign of Ramses III. That's because Ruth has an abbreviated chronology, genealogy there. Then for a third super chat, he says, the Habiru of the Amarna letters and the Merneptah Stela, early date. The location of P. Ramses and the destruction of Hatzor, late date. I wouldn't count the Merneptah Stela as early date. I don't know where he gets that from. Central Hill Country population explosion, very late date. Yeah, I think that's all reconcilable with the late date. Merneptah Stela definitely late date, just because of how you're supposed to read it. But I don't think he understands that. Here's what I think is very problematic about many of the guys who write Exodus commentaries like Williamson, is they really don't understand the ancient Near Eastern material well enough to properly evaluate it. So I think that is a chronic issue I find with Exodus commentaries. So it doesn't surprise me he's non-committal. Most authors who write on the Exodus are non-committal about the date of the Exodus because it's a powder keg. It makes you persona non grata. Yeah, and publishers won't let you put a date in either. Yeah, if you're a late dater, publishers won't let you call it as you see it. Generally speaking, because it picks off too many of the buyers of their books. So it doesn't really surprise me at all that Williamson's non-committal. Almost every major scholar is non-committal of it because they just don't want to take the heat for what they believe. And when you have to deal with people like ABR who play hardball, who play by the dirty tricks, it becomes really exhausting to have to deal with this garbage all the time. All the time. So yeah, I'm really not surprised that Williamson has this view. Okay. Slam RN for $2. Thank you very much for that super chat. Rhythm or lead guitar? Favorite song to play? Pure Elise. Neither. I neither do rhythm nor lead. I use my guitar as a composition tool. Mama says here, publishers, can you tone down your scholarship and just keep it vague? Oh, yeah. That's what they tell you. They literally tell you that. Let me, when I did the chapter for the backgrounds of the Old Testament book, you know, the publisher told me originally that I could write anything I wanted on the Egyptian sojourn in Exodus. So I basically said that, hey, you know, it's the late date. That's the only real possibility here. And the publisher came, the editors came back and goes, well, you can't say that. I said, well, you did tell me I could write anything I wanted. And they said, well, we didn't think you'd say that. That's the response. We didn't think you would say that. Oh, boy. And they made me water that down. Really tone that down. Mama says, because I pay good money for vague and tepid scholarship, I roll. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, publishers are really, really afraid of a writer calling it on the Exodus, on date of the Exodus. Even though the evidence is overwhelming in favor of one position. Well, I mean, I remember when Kitchen used to be used as a peer reviewer for some of this stuff, it was the NIV Study Bible, and they sent him maps of the Egyptian timeline and the Exodus, and basically, Kitchen sent back the comment, "This thing is total rubbish." Yeah, we all miss Ken. Well, Ken called it as it is because he hadn't his financial. I mean, his finances weren't tied anyway to it. So he felt free to be able to say whatever he wanted to. Jack Ray, you'll make the Johnny come lately early date crowd upset. Well, they do get upset. Oh boy, do they get upset. I'm still getting comments on how upset they are. I haven't done an Exodus video in like months, years probably now. I was still at West Elm at the time when I did that one. Just Haven and Friends. You said crowd, but I read coward. Yeah, well. Yeah. Freudian slip. Slammer in. Haha, I used to play Pure Release on the piano. I forgot about that. You can play it on the guitar too. It works on the guitar just fine. I tend to, when I do play on the guitar, I tend to do classical music. So I don't play rhythm, I don't play lead. I kind of hold my skills on the classical music and then I'll go compose. So that's really what I do with it. I'm not a performance player. So for me, it's not. I don't perform with it. For me, it's a tool. It's a tool. It's a tool I use for composition. Mama says, you just play based. Bomb Papa says, I play guitar purely for writing and composing. Yeah, it's a phenomenal tool for composing. Mama says, Bomb Papa is a bass player. I don't have a bass. I kind of wish I had a bass. If anything, that would be probably the next musical instrument I would buy if I had the time to do it. But because help the house and yeah, soundproofed area and all that stuff. Yeah. Bomb Papa says also cheaper than a piano. It's also cheaper than a drum set. A lot cheaper than a drum set. Yeah, you can't play a drum set in an apartment as small as ours. Slammer and compose in tablature? No. No. I do sheet music. I do proper sheet music. No, I actually don't know tablature. Believe it or not. I learned to actually read sheet music. So okay. Next one. It looks like it's our last super chat too. BC4YT for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Should I start an animal-themed Christian meme page? What animal would I be? I don't know. Never thought about that. What animal would I be? Spirit critter. Primordial god. I'd be a Nephilim. Yeah. Christian meme page. I'd be a Nephilim. A time-traveling Nephilim. Mama said Spirit Critter has entered the chat. It'd be Dr. What, yeah. Okay. That's it for the super chats. Whew. We're at 11:30. We've got time for a couple of non-super chats here. I've probably covered most of them. I can go back and I can scan. Or they can start asking again. I don't know. Go way up. Way up. Oh, Jack Ray just gave the channel 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible gift memberships. Thank you very much, Jack, for that generous support of the channel. And we get to see who comes out of hiding. All the lurkers come out at this point. All right, let's see who we got next here. Mama asks, how's the Plagues book coming along? We are not going to be working on that until we finish the video game. And we're really close to doing that. So we'll probably be starting that in picking that up again around mid-September. So, I just can't work on multiple projects at the same time. Even though I do work on multiple projects at the same time. But that one is going to require a very, very detailed chapter write. They want essentially a finished chapter. So, um, because they didn't bother to read my last book. They didn't bother. Jeez. Yeah, don't get me started with this publisher. Just frustrating. I hate dealing with publishers. That's one of the things is, you do get a little bit of street cred by using a trad publisher, but how much of that street cred is just the cost of that you went through all these annoying procedural hoops. Wow, it was just, oh my gosh. Okay, well, but that's how it's coming along. Essentially, I haven't worked on it, and I probably will not work on it at least until mid-September. Jack Ray asks, will your video game be a first-person shooter RPG? No, it won't. It's going to be a fantasy-themed visual novel. So it's a visual novel video game. Mama asks, but is it still worth it versus independent publishing? I ask that question every day. Is trad publishing still worth it? I never asked that question of indie publishing. It's funny. I might not earn as much money off of indie publishing, but boy, it's a lot easier. Every time I say, and here's the thing with trad publishing, the main problem with trad publishing isn't the feedback on your chapters when the editors, because they do actually very little editing now. They don't do any marketing for you at all, so there's no marketing in traditional publishing. There's almost no editing. 95% of the editing falls on you. So I hear these trad published people go, oh, you got to keep in traditional publishing because you don't have the editors looking at it, and you don't have the oversight, and you don't have the marketing. None of that exists in trad publishing, at least not according to my experience. You're editing, 90% of the editing done in trad publishing is essentially them reading your manuscript and floating a few suggestions that probably will waste your time. Like, I had included the phrase. One of the editing suggestions was in my ARC book was, oh, you have to take out the line stalemate. It was a stalemate snatched from the jaws of victory. Okay, and they said, well, you have to take this out because it was a lyric of a song in Hamilton. Yeah, that was ridiculous. That line goes back all the way to Mark Twain. It's like, and I had to show another book that was published like a decade before Hamilton, which had the line to show, hey, look, this is not original Hamilton. And it was such a waste of time. So you get a lot of suggestions like that. So yeah, I wake up every day asking myself, is it worth it to trad publish? I don't know. I really don't. It's just because they don't do really serious editing. They don't edit for grammar or diction. They don't check your spelling. They don't check your commas. They don't even check that. You know, there's no line editing. Line editing? Forget it. They don't line edit. They do a little bit of developmental editing, and it's usually a really pain when they do. No marketing.
Isn't far off.
Yeah, that's it. Mama says it needs some excitement. Can you add in some mummies with lasers? That's about it. That's about it. They check it for legal liability. That's really what they're checking for. That's what they want to check you for. It's legal liability. They don't really care about the quality of the writing, the power of the research, none of that. So, is this going to sell? Is this going to make them money? And can they make all that money without them spending a dime? So, yeah, I always feel that, you know, it's hard. I mean, I do have my peers, you know, basically keeping, trying to encourage me to continue to trad publish. And it's like, what? You know, what's the benefit? What's the benefit to trad publishing? Ain't that much, really. Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah. Mama says, to be fair, a lot of authors these days don't care about the quality of their writing either. Looks at romantasy authors. Oh, yeah. Some of that stuff is just vile. There's a certain romantasy book about dinosaurs that's pretty gross. Yeah. It's really bad. A lot of it is written by AI. Well, there have been authors that have been caught leaving the AI prompts in their text. Like, you are too lazy to take out the AI prompts? Really? It's like, really? You serious? And I'd love to say that this is a one-off, but it isn't. Well, the quality of writing, both in traditional publishing and in indie romantasy, has gotten so bad. It's gotten so bad that it would have embarrassed a college teacher 20 years ago. Oh yeah. Mama says, I heard about what happened at a dark romantasy ball type convention thing recently. I wish it was more shocking, but I've seen the tags on AO3 that people put on their stores. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, where they were molesting male authors. And it was the women that was doing it. That was real bad. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, when you get books that are written, like, for example, there was one called Unhinged. I'll let you look it up what that is. Okay? Don't look it up. It's definitely X-rated. Okay, but it's a romantasy novel. Yeah. So, but yeah, what happened at that dark romantasy ball was a disgrace. That was disgraceful. Those women should be ashamed of themselves. Those women should go to prison. Really, that's what this should happen. Is they should be arrested and go to prison. It would happen if a bunch of men did that to a woman. Why do they get off scot free? So there's just not equal. The scales of justice here are not equally weighed. Mama says, yes, arrested and charged. Yeah. And then you know, go to prison for a decade. That should fix the problem. At least make someone think twice about doing it again. Mm-hmm. Gizbo SBL says, do you accept Yurko's interpretation of the Merneptah's war reliefs at Karnak? This is the Cour de Cachet. Specifically, his identification of the enemies in the fourth scene with Israelites. I agree with that. Yeah, I think he's right. Yurko is correct that the topmost register of the Cour de Cachet are probably Israelites. They look like Israelites to me. So, and they look like the Israelites that we find on some ivory inlays. So, yeah, I would say definitely that Yurko's probably right there. Diane S. Loftus, did Egyptians, especially Cleopatra, dig or value earthworms for gardening? No, not particularly. Or food production? It seems strange due to it being so dry. Earthworms weren't really a thing in Egypt. It's not that kind of soil. Okay, the soil in Egypt is alluvial silt. Okay, it's not. It's not the sort of soil you get in Europe. Okay, so there, if you're getting it flooded every year, it kills the earthworms. So earthworms weren't a thing in Egypt. And anything beyond, say, the flood zone was too dry for earthworms. So earthworms aren't a thing in Egypt. They did have other insects that would inhabit the soil, like larvae. Larvae from flying insects and beetles would do the same, would fill in a similar role, but not earthworms. Harry Stark asks, will your video game have voice actors? No, it won't. It's an animated story. Voice actors, by the way, are seriously expensive. Yeah. Well, it's not just that, too. Uh, Internationalization becomes a problem as well. If you have voice actors, then internationalization becomes a problem. The current engine we're using does allow for automatic internationalization of into other languages. But if you do this with voice actors, then you have to have completely separate voice actors in different languages. So it becomes a problem. Yeah, the RenPy is the engine. We're using the RenPy engine. Yeah, RenPy has those facilities built in. Oh, let me put it this way. The cost for like just doing an audio book. An audio book costs $3,000 to produce. $3,000. It is incredibly expensive. Which is why we're having sort of second thoughts about, do we complete the audio book? We would like to complete the audio book, but we're having reservations about that just because of the costs involved. Yes, we can upload the files and all that, and we can do a rough, we can do it on our own and save some money that way, but we would never recoup that money, especially not with what Audible's paying. Audible takes... Oh, no. Audible takes 75% of the ticket price on an audiobook. Okay? Now, we would never publish with Audible anyway, but when we do publish, like we might publish with In Audio, which is the bought out new name of the Findaway Voices. But, Findaway Voices will get like 50%. Unless it's sold to Audible. If the person buys the copy through Audible, well, then we get less than 25%. Because of their new policies, where if you're not exclusive to Audible, they take they withhold even more of the royalties. So they take more than 75%, take that portion above 75%, and give it to their exclusive authors. So Audible is quite literally Audible, meaning Amazon. Let's call it what it is. It's Amazon. Amazon is stealing from other authors to pay the authors that go exclusive to them. It's disgusting. I really hate Amazon at this point. Amazon has not only have they driven the deep discounts down to a point where, you're making, on a book like this, I'm making $2. And that's because of Amazon. Because Amazon won't list your book unless you give them a 55% discount. They said, yeah. Yeah, they said technically 40%. But if you do 40%, they won't list your book. They will not list your book unless you give them 55%. It's totally messed up. And that's what we discovered is if we just did the lowest discount that was advised, which is 40%, Amazon won't list your book. But as soon as you raise that to 55%, oh yeah, they'll list it immediately. Yeah. People couldn't find her book and pre-order a book for the longest time because Amazon had delisted it because it didn't give them enough money. Mama says, wow, they won't list it unless you give them more than half. Unchecked greed. Totally. Yeah. Yeah.
For each, there's
Yep.
store, there's no all the
Warehouses. They have warehouses, but still.
not for
Not for ebooks, no. For ebooks they do nothing. Nothing.
and that's for billions.
Yeah.
They should charge more than
They should be keeping 25%, not 75%.
uh,
Oh yeah.
and that
Yeah.
holding a party.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Harry Stark says, wow, talk about having a monopoly. Yeah, they have a total monopoly. They really dictate the discount price on any book. They dictate it. So, and there's really nothing you can do about it. And then once you lower that to 55% discount, every bookseller then cashes in on that. So, but if you can't get it on Amazon, it's invisible. Your books are invisible if you can't get it on Amazon. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We can't even sell them here from Canada directly, just because Canada Post then takes it. By the way, beta readers, if you're listening, your contributor copies have gone out. I still have to make the book plates for it, but you should be receiving your free hardcover soon. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. I think we are at the end of all the questions. Harry Stark asked, how does David avoid getting addicted to social media? Who said, no time, essentially. Anyway, I avoid television. I don't have time for it. Mama says, yay, thank you. It's just taken me a lot of time to get it out there. So I just had to finally bite the bullet and do it. But yeah, I still have to get the stickers for the book plates printed. And then once I have that, I'll mail you a book plate that you can just paste on the inside. I had a few early non-super chats. I did. I think I answered them all. Yeah, we already answered the numbers 15 stuff. Mama says mostly about numbers 15 stuff. Yeah, I think we answered those already. Already had the soft cover that I ordered. It's fine. Well, you get one anyway. We always give our beta readers a hardcover copy unless they basically act badly. If you betray your trust as a beta reader, no, you're not getting a hardcover. But everybody who behaved properly as a beta reader and was did what they were asked, and kept the confidence of the beta reader, yeah, you're getting a hardcover. And you know what? Although yours is personalized, so I don't think you can give it as a gift to someone else. No, I didn't answer that. Okay, we'll answer that. My question is about whether or not ancient Egypt treated both citizens and sojourners alike in the law, such as God had Israelites do. Generally, they were treated the same. Okay. Yeah, the Egyptians were xenophobic, but and really, it's hard to say alike under the law because there really wasn't a law. Egypt is a society governed by order and tradition. not by law. So they weren't treated alike under the law because there was no law, but at the same time too, they were treated alike under the tradition. So they so they were treated that generally similar, especially if they are free persons. Okay, slaves, okay, slaves are treated as slaves, but a lot of people weren't slaves, and some foreigners actually ascended to very high ranks of government. There are a couple examples of Semitic peoples who, rose to the point of vizier. They became vizier. So those people were definitely treated the same as other Egyptians. Mama says, so tradition dictated justice. Yes, tradition, absolutely. They call this the tradition of the ancestors. That's what they called it. So yeah, it was so yeah, that was sort of what they had in mind when they talked about this. So they knew that you just couldn't kill someone. There was a kind of due process. In reality, most of the time they forgot about you under the due process, but there was at least accordingly a due process. So yeah, they treated sojourners and Egyptians equally under that tradition of the ancients. So yeah, that was a thing. So I hope that answered your question. I hope it helped. Jack Ray asks, so a beta reader has betrayed the trust and behaved badly? Yes, we've had one. We've had one. He will not be asked again. So it is possible to do this. Here's the thing, as a Diane S. Loftus, how can you mess up being a beta reader? That's an honor, really. It is, and it's a position of trust. Here's the thing about being a beta reader. Because you've got access to early copies and privileged information, you get a lot of privileged information as a beta reader. Which is why it's really a position of trust. And there's things you can talk about a book, once it's published. All right. But if you start talking smack in public about the beta reading process, or things that aren't relevant to the beta reading itself, yeah, you can really act badly as a beta reader if you have no self-control here. And we did have one beta reader that decided to go off the rails. So yeah, it's yeah. I mean, you're free to talk about a book once it's published and it's public. You're not free to talk about the process that led up to the book. So that's the thing. That's sort of the dividing line. If you were a beta reader and it got published and you really didn't like the book, all right, I don't think anyone's going to stop you from saying it. Okay? But what I think, though, is that it's a good idea not to. But if you're talking about the process, the deliberations that went into a book, and you start doing it in a very public way, that's a betrayal of confidence. So that's how you mess up being a beta reader, is you reveal too much about the process. Okay? So we had a beta reader that just, I mean, the beta reader that went off the rails for us, he just said, you know, yeah, we're not going to go into too much deal, but he didn't listen to me about the very first book that's already published, and he should have revised it in this such and such way. It's already published. So, yeah. Mama says it right exactly here. Exactly. You don't talk about what it was like working with an author publicly, early versions, etc. Exactly. Exactly. That stuff is a confidence. So, yeah. Jack Rig goes, guess that was on Discord. I don't remember it here. I won't say where it happened, but it happened. So, because it did happen, he's no longer considered for beta reading any longer. But if you want to become a beta reader, we are looking for more beta readers. Because, frankly, we like beta readers. Beta readers are good. They help us. I listen to my beta readers. I don't want to hear... There's one thing I really don't want to hear, though, as a beta reader. And although I like... I appreciated this feedback, it wasn't helpful. Which was, we had one beta reader say, oh, your book is perfect. Absolutely, it was written for me. Absolutely perfect. Nothing to change at all? Really? Punctuation? Grammar? So, it's like, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. But I don't want a yes man. I don't want a yes man as a beta reader. I know there's some authors out there that just pick yes men for beta reader. I don't want that. I want you to kick the tires on this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Haven and Friends says, being a beta reader sounds like an honor, but I have a lot on my plate already. And it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. We're not encouraging everyone to become a beta reader. But if you are interested, join our Discord, because we do all this work through the Discord, and mention that you'd be interested on our Writers Corner channel, and we will consider it and maybe hook you up with it. Mama says no book is perfect. Absolutely, I agree. No book is perfect. Every book can be improved. Books are like paintings. They're never finished, just abandoned. So, Catholic forever. What if you had a beta reader like from Misery? That's not a beta reader. That's a psychopath. I've never had that, and I hopefully never will. That's not a beta reader. That's a fan gone berserk. Oh, Jack Ray asks, what is Misery? Misery was a novel written by Stephen King about a writer who gets kidnapped by a fan and taken to the cabin in the woods, where she holds him as a possession. It's spelled Missouri. Oh, him. Mama says, I tell Doc when I hate something, and when I love it, and when I'm confused. And that is really helpful. That's what we need out of a beta reader. We need to know, like, what is your emotional reaction to anything you come across. We really are looking for, how are you responding to the text emotionally? How does this make you feel? Does it make you happy, sad, angry, afraid? David, did Kira kidnap you? Yes. She's giving me a dirty look now. She said, David, you have to come to me to this wedding. We were both held hostage there, though. She goes, yeah, we were both held hostage there. um, Mama says, just knowing it was written by King really should be enough said. Yeah. But yeah, we're looking for beta readers that we have one beta reader that's really detail oriented. She Mama here, she's really detail oriented. She will tell you exactly on a running basis what she loves, what she hates. She color codes it, which is excellent. I mean, makes it really easy to, as an author, to figure out what's going on. We have another beta reader that's excellent on, say, at the high level view. He reads it at, say, a high level plot view, and he won't give you the little details, but boy, if there's something wrong structurally, he will pick it out. He'll suss that out. BC4YT. Do you need any Sigma readers? We call those book reviewers. Yes, we need lots of those. Please put a review on Amazon. Gamma readers. We're starting to get ridiculous with this. Okay, it's after midnight now. I think we've we've exhausted this. At least I'm exhausted. So we're gonna wrap it up here. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. Again, if you are interested in becoming a beta reader, join our Discord server and leave a comment in the Writers Corner, and we'll see if it's feasible. All right, and so we want to thank all of you guys who support us with super chats. We appreciate that. If you support us through PayPal, thank you also. We appreciate those donations. Those donations are really helpful too, because those ones are tax free, and YouTube doesn't take a bite out of it. So we double win on PayPal donations. We also want to thank people who support us through Patreon and through YouTube memberships. That helps keeps the light on. We so very much appreciate that. We also want to thank those who regularly watch our content, subscribe to our channel, hit that like button and notify button, and who share our videos with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. Yeah, that's right, Kiara. Monday, remember, we've got the final part of our masterclass on epigraphy. So we hope you can join us for that. And anyway, with that said, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.